This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Hello and good morning. Welcome to Masai Mara and welcome to your live digital safari. A very good morning, everyone. It's another very beautiful morning here in the Masai Mara. I am Isaac, and on camera I have Big James. And today we are here at the Mash. See what we can find you. Remember to talk to us on hashtag CGTNWild, hashtag Wild Earth. For any comments and questions, you're very, very welcome. I am facing the Olololo Syria escarpment. I am joined by my colleagues in Southern Africa and also here in the Masai Mara to bring you this live safari. I hope you're excited as I am to be out here. It is a joyous, glorious morning. As you can see, there is animals very far. I don't have any close to me, but I'm just enjoying the view. I hope take a minute, breathe, and enjoy that beautiful view.
A warm welcome to all our viewers to a very cold morning here at Ambient in Ngala. Now, we do have a little surprise this morning for our viewers, if we can see them. Now, we had a bit of rain, so I just want to carry on. So I'm Nikki, going to be your ranger this morning, and with me on the camera is Gert. So I just want to see where these animals are that we're going to go look for. They have moved in this direction. Now, oh, here I can only see a whitetail at the moment, so just bear with me. There's a road that's coming up ahead here. We're going to take this road, but we have to pick up the pace because these animals are moving quite quickly. Now, I don't know if our viewers know what this is, but I'd like to describe it, and hopefully you can guess what it is. So it's an animal that looks like it has black, bit of white, and a bit of a brown color. And they're quite quick, very successful hunters. So already you know it's a predator of some sort. We're going to try and see if we can get them. So well done on our viewers, saying possibly wild dogs, but I don't know. We're going to have to see if it is wild dogs. But as I said, we had so much rain. So because of the area we're driving in now, whenever there's a lot of rain, the soil tends to be very soft, so we don't want to just unnecessarily off-road. So we're going to stick to the tracks and hopefully be able to find them. So the last time we saw them, they were coming in from the right to the left. Now there are some open clearings here where sometimes we do find impala, so there's a good chance for them to hit. Oh, they're right in the road. There we go. Look at that. How incredible is this? So we'll wait for the last one to disappear and then let's go and see what they're up to. Now, early part of the morning, this is a good chance for these wild dogs to start hunting. Now, remember I said there's those open clearings, so sometimes the impalas will lie down in an open area during the evening, and that's possibly why these wild dogs are heading down in that direction. You can smell them, and they're actually running into the wind, so the wind's blowing from them towards us. So here we go. We're going to try and get another glimpse of them. How's this for a start to the morning? Now look what they do. Sometimes they'll run and eventually they'll stop and they'll listen out. Might even pick up their heads, just test the wind by smelling, just to see if there's anything nearby. But there'll often be one that will break away from the pack and then eventually come and loop back. Eddie, I'm not too sure if there's any pups here. These wild dogs actually crossed in from our eastern boundary, so I might not even know them. So with the camera, that's the first time we also saw them now. So we're going to have to see which pack it would possibly be. But I didn't see any pups yet. Doesn't look like it, just judging by the number of individuals. So I can see at least 6 wild dogs here, but there might be more that has already moved off. So I'm just going to stop like this. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, and there's even a hyena coming to join up. So I'll walk the line. They can run pretty quickly. Just to give you an idea, so with these wild dogs, whenever they do run, they can run up to 56 kilometers an hour. And you'll find that some individuals will sprint and chase whatever. Let's say there's an impala that they're chasing, they'll sprint and keep at that pace. And once they get tired, they'll fall back, and then the others will go and chase. So they can do that for up to 5-6 kilometers. Look at how quickly they do run. All right, let's try and keep up. You can see they are having a bit of a play. And even the hyenas. So remember earlier on we had the camera on the hyenas. So what the hyenas would do is they follow these wild dogs. Because as these wild dogs are moving and they make a kill, the hyenas will go and try and see either if they can get the scraps or even try and steal the kill from the wild dogs. If there's a lot of hyenas, they could chase the wild dogs. But if it's only one, most likely the wild dogs could chase that hyena away. Here they are. Just want to stop here. Now yesterday, this is where we started tracking the lions. But Emily, so normally with the wild dogs, they don't really scavenge. Like, I mean, there probably would be records, like if a cheetah would make a fresh kill, they'll chase it off. But in general, wild dogs tend to hunt for themselves. Just look at those big cup-like ears, just to listen to what's going on around them. But this hyena, there's actually 2 hyenas that have joined up now. And as I mentioned earlier, these wild dogs have quite a strong smell. And so whenever they move like this, the hyenas can easily pick up their trail and follow them. And we were talking about those open areas. Now we are approaching one of them. Now yesterday, where that one wild dog is right now, we had tracks of a pride of lions that was moving through this area. So I'm sure they would have probably moved off, or else these wild dogs won't be moving into this area. Unless, I mean, because of the rain, it's covered their scent. Now, Jenny, they could possibly fight with the wild dogs, these hyenas. But in general, what I want to point out where the hyenas are in relation to these wild dogs. So if I move, I'm just going to go slightly forward. And I'm going to try and reposition in a way. It is difficult because of where all of them are lying down. But if you look off to the right here, there's 2 hyenas. And if you look at their body behavior, you'll see they're not really showing any form of aggression or anything. They're just keeping an eye out on these wild dogs because of the fact that wild dogs are such good hunters. They'll just stay on the outskirts, wait for them to make a kill, and then go and steal whatever's there or just get the scraps. But even notice what the interaction between these wild dogs and the hyenas. So sometimes if the hyena would get too close, the wild dogs will then go and chase it. There's this one wild dog right in front of us. Look at I just wanted to point out the colors of this one. Look at the beautiful white, especially around the shoulder, in between the legs. And look at that white bushy tail. Such an elegant animal. But an incredible sighting this early in the morning. Not a bad way to start the day.
That is a flying start for the morning to seeing the wild dogs. I mean, they are my best predators. When you look at the predators of Africa, wild dogs give me lots of joy. And especially when you see them hunting and you see how they tear down their prey, it's always something amazing to see. We also got hunting dogs, or wild dogs rather, in the Masai Mara, but we do not see them as much as we see them in South Africa. Now, the river where I am now, this is the Mara River. And as much as you're seeing it being very sunny out there, it's rather chilly. We're talking of 15 degrees Celsius or 59 degrees Fahrenheit. But it's sunny, but the temperatures are quite low. Now, in that particular area you see there, we had about 500 wildebeests there and about 200 zebras yesterday afternoon, and we waited for them to cross the river. They decided not to, and they would come very close to the river, have a drink, and then walk back. Very interesting. We have come back this morning, not a single one in sight. But this is what happens. Once in a while, they disappear, then they'll show up. In any case, sometimes you'll just see those antelopes like the impalas there, which ideally don't cross the river. We'll wait for the big ones to see whether they'll come and cross. There definitely is somewhere grazing, feeding, and because they have to cross, what will happen is at one point they will come. As it warms up, they get more active, and the migration of the Masai Mara and the Serengeti National Park in Tanzania, the biggest spectacle, the highlight of all this migration is when they cross this river. And it's always a wonderful story to follow.
The thundering storms of East Africa are something to behold. They feed the meandering Mara River and nourish the grassy plains. Every year, the migration herds stream across from the Serengeti into the Masai Mara. Following the storms in search of greener pastures. The zebra vanguard are the first to venture across the river. Those that survive the rapids, rocks, and ready predators are rewarded, feasting on the untouched plains of red-oat grass. The zebras cut the long grasses, preparing them for the remaining grazers. It is now the time for the body of the migration. Countless wildebeest and Thompson's gazelle gather along the banks of the Mara River. Like the zebra herds before them, they must face many challenges. As every antelope's ability is put to the test. Their legs must carry them across the currents and find grip along the slippery rocks. Although safety is often found in numbers, it is every antelope for itself. Until the survivors meet again on the other side to relish in the grassy rewards. And then, as is nature's way, it comes time to cross the river again as the herds continue to follow the life-giving storms and nourishing plains.
You'll notice that there's one wild dog right in front of us here, and there's 2 or 3 hyenas behind us. Now the others got up and started running in a southerly direction. So where they are lying down in comparison to us is in a westerly direction. So just imagine if you had to go left, or in the direction that this one's moving now. That's where the rest of the pack moved off to. So what I want to do is just give it some time, because you'll notice there's some hyenas moving behind them. Now, if they do carry on the way that they are, it's a really dense area to follow these wild dogs. So we might lose them for the next little while, but we're going to try and see if we can keep up with them as long as we possibly can. So I'm going to move forward so we can get another glimpse of these wild dogs before they do move into a dense area. I can just see a little glimpse of them here, right up in the tree line, but it's hard to see the one because it's just gone and stopped there, right there in the back. And we'll have to give it some time and see whether they move off. But now there are some more open areas, and what they could be doing is literally just flushing some of the animals out of these dense areas into a more open area in order to hunt. Now notice the hyenas following. There's 1, 2, 3 hyenas. That one there. And you'll see, notice there's one with a bit of a lighter color that's going to move into the screen soon. And then the last hyena, notice on this particular hyena how much darker it is in comparison to the one that we're looking at now, and also half of its tail is missing.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to and Beyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. My name's Matt. This morning behind the camera we've got Craig, and we found this big giraffe bull in the most amazing morning light off to our left-hand side, just taking in a little bit of sun. We haven't seen that for the past couple of days. As he walks off, just busy ruminating. There are a couple of oxpeckers on its back. It's disappeared, but we've just parked at a watering hole where yesterday we left those lions, but there are tracks of elephants littered around here. So I can only imagine that they would have pushed those lions a little bit further away. So we're trying to just see if we can't find them this morning. It looks to be, or promises to be, a little bit more of a warmer day here in Phinda today. So before it gets too hot and things like those predators, the lions, start to disappear into a little bit more sheltered areas, we're going to drive around a little bit more and see if we can't find any signs of them. Like I said, there are elephant tracks everywhere, so that makes looking for them a little bit more tricky.
Hello and welcome, and I have one beautiful animal that is an African icon, the African elephant. Look at this. They seem all to be coming out of the trees. Looks like they've been browsing from early morning, and it's time to come out into the plains and enjoy the much deserved sun. It's a beautiful light, beautiful temperature, perfect for them to be out. Yeah, it looks like a big breeding herd, a mixture of male, females, and young males, females, and lots of youngsters. This has been what has been witnessed in the last few years, seeing lots of young ones, which is very, very good. This is an animal that is very well protected here in the Mara, and I myself will protect it also. Every time I see it, I'm very proud to see very young ones. Remember to talk to me, hashtag CGTN Wild, hashtag Wild Earth. Questions and comments are very, very welcome. Yeah, sites like this are not always common, to just wake up and see, elephants out in the open, doing their own thing, undisturbed, minding their own business. Definitely, it's, they are on a mission because they're just coming out, and I would love to get close, but I'll let them move closer to me, and I'll try and investigate how many there are. And definitely, I'm sure they are enjoying that beautiful sun. It's what you'd like to sit outside and enjoy, because it's not hot at all. It's only about 17 degrees Celsius here in the Mara, so it's very pleasant to be out, and for them being out in the trees, especially the little ones that might have gotten cold. So it is very much welcome. Remember, elephants are browsers and grazers, so they'll eat plenty of leaves as well as plenty of grass. They will eat a lot and a lot and a lot of it. It's an animal that you cannot keep as a pet unless you have big enough area for them to roam. It looks like they're hearing something, and so they stopped and concentrating on the noise, where it's coming from. But at the same time, they're doing their own business. Usually, the reaction of the females would worry me more, because they know what noises are and they will react to them. But when the youngsters hear some strange noises like clicking or humming, noises that are not natural, they will sometimes panic, flap their ears, run away, sometimes shake their head, like to show that there is a problem, wanting attention from the older ones. Yeah, looks like a very young male, that one, about 3 years. Yeah, doing his thing, what he does best, eating. I'll reverse back so we can give you better angles, but don't go anywhere.
So we managed to follow these wild dogs again. So they turned around and changed their direction completely. And it was so interesting. There were a few hyenas, and they actually ran straight towards the hyenas. The hyenas ran off, and then they carried on back. Now the hyenas have moved. They're back. You can see the wild dogs are looking at something. So actually looking just at these hyenas moving back into this open area. But if we do stick with these wild dogs, you just never know what we can find. Emily, it does look like they are hunting at the moment. Just based on their whole body language, the way that they've been moving past these open areas. It's almost like they've been moving, scanning the area. Okay, nothing, moving to the next, moving to the next. So there's a good chance. And it's also just bearing the fact that it's early on in the morning. Now, there are a lot of hyenas that join up. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hyenas, 8 hyenas that are around, even youngsters. So notice this dark one here that we can see right in the middle. I think it's just moved behind that bush. As one of the youngsters, it's just moving off now. There it is. So there's a lot of hyenas that have joined up. Nicky, it depends. Sometimes with a pack, it could be anywhere from 2-3 individuals, all the way up to 20, even more, up to 30 individuals. But once they get to a certain stage, then they'll start breaking away and form, especially the youngsters will then, and some of the males will then push out, and some of the females, younger females, will break away and then form their own new pack. And this is most likely, I know some of our viewers made a comment about that this is possibly what was referred to as the Ngala pack and the Orpin pack, and then there's some of the breakaway members of that pack. But what I enjoy is the interaction sometimes between the wild dogs and the hyenas. Now, the wild dogs have started running, and I don't know if they are chasing a hyena or if there might be something in the distance. So there is a road that loops around to that side. Let's loop across and see if we can get them. If they carry on the way that they do now, we might lose them because of the big block that's in this area. So a big block is basically just an area where there's no roads, and if they do move into that area, we might lose them. So we're going to try and see if we can get another glimpse.
Welcome back. Must be very exciting and heart beating to see wild dogs on the move, because you're always almost guaranteed they're gonna get something. Anyway, back to my elephants, and I've repositioned perfect angle. They are coming this way. I'm hoping I'm gonna get a closer closer walk with them, you know, or they're going to come closer towards me. That's what I really want. This is an animal that once roamed freely all over Africa. They estimated, you know, that we've lost about 150,000 in the last decade, slaughtered for their tusks. Yeah, and also another thing facing them is habitat loss. But the population stands at around 400,000, you know, around Africa, which is a very, very small number considered, you know, of how many there should be and how far they should be roaming. So it's an animal that is very well protected, and with good protection, it gives us the kind of behavior you see right now. Very calm, enjoying, you know, what they do, eating as much as they can, things that we can't eat, yeah, like grass. They eat about 1/4 ton of food for fully grown ones, taking about 200 liters of water. Yeah, so it's a beautiful, beautiful pachyderm to watch every time. This looks like she could be the matriarch, and I'm loving, you know, this time with her. Hope you're doing the same.
So the wild dogs have just moved off to the left, so you'll notice we are just wiping the screen because of the rain. There's a light drizzle at the moment. Now, earlier on we heard some impalas alarm calling in this area, and the wild dogs probably came to investigate. So as we said, just going to wipe the lens just so that everyone can see. Now let's see where they move off to. Now, as we mentioned, if they carry on in that direction where they, like that one's looking in now, there's a good chance we won't be able to follow them. For they sometimes, or most of the times, if they do make a kill, or if they do catch something, they'll basically start feeding off of it while it's still alive. And that's one of, I mean, from all the predators, it's one of the predators that probably, like, it's the most gruesome to watch, especially if they do make a kill. Now, there's another one I can see here. I'm going to slowly ease forward, and then hopefully we can get another glimpse. Now, it's hard to see them because of their camouflage, but there might be a gap up in the trees, off more left, where we're looking now. Just look at how well this one blends in. But definitely hunting this morning. You can see they're not just like moving into an area and going and lying down. And also if you look at their bellies, it doesn't look like they had anything to eat maybe over the last day or so. So definitely keen on hunting. And just for us being able to spend this amount of time with wild dogs is something really special, because often they move so quickly that you can only get a glimpse, maybe spend a couple of minutes and then they're off. So we've been very lucky with that. What I want to do is just reposition the vehicle and see if we can get a last glimpse of them, but I have a suspicion that this might have been the last view we had of these wild dogs. But I agree with our viewers that it is such a special animal to see, and I would say it's also one of my favorites. All the animals are my favorite, but you know, there's some that do have a very special place in one's heart. Let me just quickly turn around. I can only see a hyena at the moment where those wild dogs were. Oh, there we go. Might get a last glimpse. I'm in a position right over here. Just want to see if Gert will be able to see them. There. And we don't have too many angles to work with, but there they go. And of course the hyena is just trailing. Now, because of the area that those wild dogs have moved into, unfortunately, we won't be able to follow them. There's a very steep drainage line on the other side of those big trees. And once they cross over there, there's also no roads in that area. But an incredible way just to start the morning, just to follow a pack of wild dogs like that.
Welcome back. Not very far from elephants, I have another browser, the Cape Buffalo. That must be exciting to see those painted dogs looking for breakfast. Yeah, here I have the Cape Buffalo and another one of a breeding herd. Yeah, we had the breeding herd of elephants. Now I have the breeding herd of buffalo. Of course, you can tell why. They have lots of young ones, females and half-growns, and also bulls, typical of a breeding herd. Here, there's no shortage of these big herds of up to 500 at a time. Around our area, we have about 2 herds, not very far from each other. I would one day would love to, to see them join and see how big it can be. You see how many they are. They're spread out over that small horizon towards the trees, so they're very, very many. This is an animal that is always and constantly grazing, and once they fill up their large intestines, then they have a break and just chew their cud. Is it heavy? You say it looks so green? Yes, of course, it is very green. What has happened is that it was drying up, and because the wildebeest had passed through here, they had eaten quite a bit of the grass. So with the occasional rain, it has turned back to green, and it's very actually moist, the grass, and all the grazers are loving the grass, you know. Look at how many those buffalo are. Oh, there is a road buffalo there. Yeah, I wonder what he's thinking being on the road. Must be very different. Yeah, looks like a very healthy looking young female. Yeah, these guys usually give you that look like, you know, what are you doing? What do you want? Yeah, they have amazing eyesight. Remember to talk to us. Hashtag CGTN Wild. Hashtag Wild Earth. Questions and comments. This is live. It's coming from the Masai Mara. And it's a glorious morning here. Those are cattle egrets. And they're enjoying, you know, a ride from the backs of these herbivores. Every now and then, and occasionally, they'll eat something spooked by the buffalo.
Welcome back, everybody, to Anbian Pinda. We spoke about there being lots of elephant tracks, and have a look at this roadblock that we've come across. Coming around one of the bends on a road that runs alongside quite a steep drainage line. We can hear a couple more elephants breaking trees on the left-hand side, but a bit of a standstill here in the middle. Have a look at that towering elephant at the back. Those ears splayed out a bit. I wonder if there's not another elephant on the other side, perhaps facing him. Just judging by the size of it, I'd say that's quite a large elephant bull. But that tree just up and to your right, it was shaking quite vigorously just now. I don't think it had intentions of eating anything, just maybe showing everyone else how strong it is by doing that. But it stopped now, and they too, you'll see, keeping quite close together, this little herd of elephants with their ears splayed out. Yesterday when there goes the tree shake. Have a look. We keep hearing the odd rumble and trumpet from them. JCP commenting on this roadblock, saying it's one of the best kind. Absolutely. No traffic fines being issued here, which is quite nice. We've kept our distance because, like I said, there are others around us who I'm sure will emerge eventually out of this very thick vegetation up towards the vicinity of these elephants. But you can see how they've all got that fine coating of red sand on their backs, and this elephant closest to us that keeps watching us, they've got phenomenal peripheral vision, keeps glancing over its shoulder back at us. It just now was kicking the ground with its toe and then flicking that sand up on its back. We'll have a look at this big bull that's coming to picture now. I'm not sure if you would have heard that, but it was quite a low rumble that one of these elephants just did, and that's all ways in which they communicate with each other. You can see they're not in a hurry to go anywhere. They're not feeding for now. But as soon as the matriarch gives a signal, then they might change direction or just carry on walking off. Emily is asking if I've ever seen an elephant give birth. I have not. Emily's seen an elephant give birth, but similar to this, I have seen videos of that, when they all huddle around said female giving birth. Quite a big commotion, and just to watch them do that, or from what I've seen, very, very protective of their youngsters as well. So a lot of the older females will gather around that female that's giving birth and protect her. And I can only imagine that's a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle to witness. You know, stars really have to align for that to happen. But no, I sadly have never seen an elephant give birth. But what amazes me about these such large mammals is that when they walk, you hear that one as it emerged, we barely heard a thing coming out of the side there. You can see that one on the right now is getting stuck into what looks like a tambuti tree. couple of elephants, like I said, this one closest to us earlier, kicking a bit of dust up. You see that dust rising now at the back. And that for them is a form of exfoliation. They'll throw sand in themselves. Like yesterday, we saw that one rolling around in the mud. And when that dries, they might go stand and rub themselves up against a tree. And that's almost like a form of sandpaper to get rid of ticks and parasites and things like that. And then there they are, on the move again. Listen to that trumpet.
Welcome back to the buffalo in the Mara, just to show you the numbers. Way out there towards the trees, there is quite a good number that are just lying down. Remember, this is an animal that's very active at night when it's cooler, because it's not really afraid of many predators, so it will be active as much as possible during the night. And although they are in a big herd, they can easily be spooked. It just takes one to flee, then everybody flees. But it also takes one, to attack, then they'll attack. So they are rarely intimidated by, the predators. Music, is that the name? You ask, difference between water buffalo and a Cape buffalo. First of all, the water buffalo is not found in Africa, and the water buffalo also can be domesticated. I've seen in documentaries. I've never seen it myself physically, but I've read a lot of literature about it. It's used to plow. They can milk it to make cheese. They can ride it. It's got, slightly different horns that go out more and curve inwards less. So it's less dangerous, less aggressive. The Cape buffalo, you cannot do zero of all those. It is wild, it is dangerous, and only found in Africa. Those are the main differences. Also, I think, size-wise, they're almost the same, but behavior is totally different, and region where they're found is totally different. So those are the main differences. I know there might be some more that I skipped, but yeah, those are the few. Yes, you see how many there are. It's just beautiful to see these kind of numbers, in this modern day and time. Lots of young ones means that somebody is doing his job and is protecting our wildlife, bring it back. Look at that beautiful view of the Masai Mara. Those are the kind of sights that you get here. And I have another road buff with a jockey on top, cattle egret, riding, making sure that it's getting maximum sunlight from that vantage point. Yeah, that is a bull. You can tell by the middle of the horns. That area is called a boss. That's what shields the brain from impact during fighting. Yeah, he's happily enjoying his grass, this morning grass, and crossing the road to join the rest of the herd. Yeah, it's a beautiful sight from where I am. I hope you're enjoying it too. Remember, this is the Mara Triangle in the Masai Mara, in Kenya, in East Africa, in Africa. And we're out here to bring you this live safari. So talk to us. Talk to us. Hashtag Wild Earth, hashtag CGTN Wild is a place to find us for comments and questions. I'm gonna move further down, see if I can find you something more.
Well done. Isaac, to have seen some buffaloes. We all know buffaloes need lots of water after eating, and rivers are some of the sources the buffaloes will use to quench their thirst. But unlike the wildebeest, the zebras will come close to the river, have a drink, and sometimes cross the river. Buffaloes will only drink and then turn around. Now, this is our first guest by the river, and it looks baby crocodile. And apparently, yes, you're very correct. Cass is the lady, girl directing the show today. This croc was here yesterday at this spot, and definitely they'll be here sunning themselves. And you have always wondered, when they are very close to the water there, sunning themselves, is that because it's too hot? Maybe yes, maybe no. Yes, because crocodiles do not sweat. They got very hard or rough skins made of scales, so they do not sweat. If they sweat, they use some sweat gland just below the eye. But not once, even me personally, I have seen crocodiles out of the water at night with their mouth opened. And I have always thought, apart from using, the mouth gaping or opening their mouth like that to cool off, that may also that also may be a function for them to communicate among themselves. Because, as I said earlier, it's still rather cold this morning here in the Masai Mara, and she got her mouth opened. So not only do they use that to cool themselves, but also to maybe communicate with the other members. That's the wide scope of the Mara River, which is beautiful tree line. Eddie, you might think that croc is stuck here because yesterday in the morning, or rather say between mid-morning, she stayed there like the whole day. It's still very cold now, Eddie, and either she has marked that, as her own spot, possibly, and she loves it. But above all, for me, I think that rock is pretty warm. So she is also getting a bit of warmth through her belly. And the sun that's now shining very nicely from the back. But being young, she also knows, should there be a concern, she'll very quickly, in seconds, jump in the water. And that's another bird there is about trying to stretch herself, preening her feathers. And this is the spur-winged lapwing. Notice how they blend very well with the ground, and look at them both right there. The lapwing and the baby croc. So opening the mouth like that's called gaping. And the whole idea is to cool off, we think. But again, as I said, it could be sending some message, or they may use the same function to communicate with the other members. If this could be a male, I'm not very sure. I would think the message would be kind of a display to the females. Look at me, when I grow and I become a big boy, I'll be muscular, I'll be strong, so I'll be a good male to mate with, possibly. You can see the teeth. And I got a feeling that they got very strong muscles by their jaws, because to keep that mouth like that for a long time, those muscles work extra hard. Because it can remain like that for like 2 to 3 hours non-stop. And I do not know what part of the mouth that have those strong muscles to keep it at that angle. It's like they lock the muscles in a particular way, press the button, and the mouth stays like that without struggling to keep the mouth open. We still got the big ones, the big reptiles in the water there. None of them has come out. And I'm sure as it warms up, they will do. Remember, this digital safari is coming to you live from the Masai Mara. And as we requested you before, should you have any comments or questions, kindly send them through. And you can do that by tweeting CGTN Wild or hashtag Wild Earth.
We are looking out for lions. So just after the wild dogs, remember we mentioned that there was an area where we saw tracks of lions yesterday. Now, because of the rain, we couldn't really show much that was happening. But this morning, we are following the tracks of those lions from yesterday. So they could have already crossed out of the area. We're not too sure. But what we want to do is there's a big riverbed here. So this is the Timbavati River, and we want to see if there's any tracks of these lions coming down into the riverbed, or maybe even crossing. If not, then we know they could be somewhere here. We didn't see any tracks crossing out from where these wild dogs were. Now, one of the little tricks that we use, especially when we do track in something like the riverbed, is I actually want to use this as an example. So if I move back, I just want to move back so that the camera can focus right in front of us. So I'm going to just move around towards the river here. So when we do track, we often look out for tracks, of course, these little indents in the sand. But now, when you're driving like this, you might not be able to tell, okay, how old is the track? Is it fresh? Is it not too fresh? Now, if someone drove here yesterday in the riverbed and suddenly we find these tracks, like you can see here, you'll notice there's a couple of tracks in the vehicle, or the ruts that the vehicle leaves. So whenever the animals move over, they'll make a track inside of it. And so if there's nothing that's driven over it, we know that these tracks are pretty fresh, probably from either early this morning, late last night. And that's what we're going to try and look out for. So if we find any of those tracks moving across here from those lines, we know that they could be fresh, because yesterday someone possibly drove here, and there's a chance we could find these lines. So that's what we're trying to look out for. But wish us the best of luck as we continue to look out for these lines. Tim, well, it all depends on the type of track and where it is. From my personal experience, I haven't really tracked a lot of hyenas because sometimes you just find them next to the road, and especially in this area, they're pretty abundant. But apparently, according to most trackers, that a hyena is probably one of the most difficult, because as they move, next moment they smell something, they move off a particular game trail to go and smell. They'll come back, go mark their territory. So they do this very zigzag pattern. But to me personally, one of the hardest to track is a leopard. And the reason being for that is because you'll track a leopard until a certain point, and next moment you can imagine that this leopard probably saw a herd of impala. So it slinked away through the grass into a really dense area to try and not be spotted by these impalas. And so following those leopard tracks can sometimes be very confusing and hard to follow. But there are some trackers that have mastered that art. I'm still getting there, but I need a lot of work. But I would say that's probably, according to me, one of the hardest to find. And also being able to spot the animal before it spots you and then move off. Because sometimes you might track an animal, it sees you, it moves off, you didn't know it moved off, and you could be tracking it for the next couple of hours because it's already moved off out of the area. So that's probably one of the most difficult to me. But also, because we are in the riverbed with a few of these beautiful trees, there's a good area there's a lot of cover, and it's a nice area for leopards to be in. So there's a good chance that while we're looking for these lions, there could also be a chance of finding this leopard, or a leopard.
It's very true. I mean, tracking is quite an art for me here. And the Mara, we don't do any tracking. Apparently, we think the game here is quite dangerous. Not sure why we do not have a lot of, say, food safaris here, or people go out and track and look at the soil. But I'd say the soil in the Masai Mara is rather different. For example, if you go to a place like Kruger National Park in Sabi Sands, they got a lot of sand there, and it's very easy to pick tracks of cats or hyenas or any animal. In the Masai Mara, you look at the geology of this area, most of the soil we have here is the black cotton soil, and that one is very difficult to find out anything. And if we're going to show you like how the savanna looks like here, with lots of grass, and you get cats walking through the grass here, it will be almost impossible to track anything. So it's very hard for us just say to come out even with a gun and walk around and say this could have been a cheetah. This truck could have been of, a lion. Look at rocks like that. The elephant grass there. So if anything, we'll remain in our vehicles and we'll truck from the cars. And then, because we've got open vehicles, we'll stop at one point, look around, get your far lookers, get the advantage of your binoculars to scan around. And that's how you'll spot your game. At times, of course, you might stop somewhere, listen carefully. You might hear some hyenas giggling or lions roaring, and then that way you're able to catch something. You got some ducks in the water there, Bungay playing. Bungay is a gentleman on the camera today, and I thought I saw some 2 Egyptian geese coming to the water. These are our second visitors today. So the Egyptian geese, 2 of them, and my guess is a male and a female. They'll come swim, they'll come drink, they'll come wet their feathers. Tim, it's very difficult to spot the big cats in the Mara, especially after the long rains, because you've seen how the elephant grass or the normal grass in the savannah looks like. The cats tend to blend in very well in the grass, and once they get in that grass, I can tell you, you'll miss them. The times team will do a drive, pass somewhere, and a gentleman or another guide behind you, 2 minutes later, he'll call you and like, David, you know what? You just passed some lions. I'm like, where? In the grass, where? Because what will happen, if they're in the grass and lying down, you definitely miss them. But if they stand, the person behind you will easily spot them. Like, where were they? I never saw them. So it's quite difficult for us sometimes to spot them. But so many other factors, team, we use to get these cats. For example, if they make a kill, we have seen other scavengers or say other predators like hyenas heading to a particular direction. We're like, voila, there could be a kill there. At times, we'll see vultures on top of a tree. When you see more than 5, 6, 10 vultures patched somewhere, we'll always tell, they're seeing something. We'll go to that area, scan around, and we'll get the predators, possibly on a kill. So the ducks are either playing in the water and wetting themselves. One is inside the water, the other one is on the edge. Very monogamous ducks. Robert, yes, this water is very cool, refreshing, and I can tell you one of my favorite, happening by this river are the rapids. Look at those waves there as they hit the rocks, as the river is going due southwest. And when you get so close, Robert, to this river and you listen to the rapids, they're very refreshing. This is the Mara River. For those of you who could be joining us now, it's the largest and the longest river in the Serengeti Masai Mara ecosystem. You can see some hippos coming out slowly as it's warming up. Right, it's playtime maybe. The ducks taking off. They're done with the river. They just visited. And I can tell you, most likely they are going back to their territory because these ducks are very territorial. And once they establish a particular area, they defend it, including dogfights, making sure there are no other geese that will come in the area. Hippos the same, very territorial mammals, especially in water. So this herd of hippos here stays here all around the area. They don't leave this area, and no other group or pod or school of hippos will try and venture here. Of course, when that happens, it just becomes physical and they fight it out. It rarely happens though. See how they blend in with the water and the rocks? herds of hippos, numbers will always vary from anything from 10, sometimes up to 100. Of course, depending on the amount of food, the amount of water, and maybe also other factors play in, like the predators available in the area. Because we've seen wild dogs, hyenas, lions going for hippos. So that also keeps check on their numbers. I was trying to ask my friend Isaac the other day, how many hippos do we think we have along the Mara River? And we thought that's a very tall order to know, because there are certain areas we can drive close to this river, and there are certain areas from one crossing point to the other that is over 10 kilometers, and we cannot access it unless we're on foot to know how many other herds of hippos would be in there. But we just agreed, between me and Isaac, we got hundreds of them. So the river flows through the Mara, so you can imagine how many groups of hippos will be there. And then it goes to Serengeti and more groups there before coming back to the Mara. Well, my big hopes for me here this morning is to wait for the migration of the wildebeest and the zebras to see if they will come and cross.
Welcome back, and we have found something different for you. Look at this. This is a very beautiful female. I haven't seen one with nicely rounded ears in a while. Normally they are tattered. They always look like they've been through a rough time. This one, look at her, they're nicely rounded the way they should be. Yes, and she looks very, very healthy. She is part of the Owino Pride. She's accompanied by another female that's behind me, and looks like she's looking for her. Yeah, she's panting. Maybe she would have been walking, for a long time this morning. Maybe she tried to chase something and she didn't manage, and so she's rejuvenating, she's recovering. Remember, sometimes these guys can stalk something for up to an hour, with lots of concentration and also effort. So it's tiring sometimes for them when you see them doing that, and after that they do need a lot of time to recover, and this could be what is happening. This is an area that for many years I never saw any lions in this area, and it's nice to see that this pride is utilizing this area. It's a prime estate, a place where any lion would love to be, because... Jane, thank you for your beautiful comment. She's a beautiful girl. She is a beauty, indeed. She's very healthy. Look at her. She's giving us the profile, the front profile picture. Looks like she hasn't eaten, and it can get interesting if she spots something. This is the kind of situation you want to find lions in when they haven't eaten, and if you're bloodthirsty, then it's your time to follow them, and you might get to see them hunting or going for something. She's just beauty. Look at those canines. Very important for their survival. Without those, they won't be able to kill anything. Yeah, she's looking around desperately. Look at that. Yeah, she doesn't have a very good vantage point because she's low. So that's why she's raising the head. See how thick the head is? Most of it is just muscle, to be able to hold on to something for long enough. Yeah, she looks lean. She doesn't look, thin. She just looks lean. She hasn't eaten, maybe in 2-3 days. Remember, this is what they do after taking a moment to take a look, what's around, and they know that there is nothing. They go back and rest, and because this is a wild area, the same area they were looking at, in another 5 minutes, it could have something. So they'll wake up in another 2 or 3, 4, 5 or 10 minutes and take a look in the same direction. And once they pick up something, then they might decide to go for it. Sometimes they just, wake up and change positions, move towards another area, see if they can find something. But for her, Elizabeth, you ask, is there any animal that a lion won't hunt? No. Believe me, I have seen them, trying to catch fish, and they caught it. I've seen them trying to eat tortoise, which is very unusual. They can't eat the really big ones, but the small ones, they'll flip them and crack open the shell. I've seen them, trying to kill, python and eating crocodile. So over here, they'll eat anything. Beautiful, look at that. Yeah. So, Elizabeth, over here in the Mara and in Africa, they will hunt anything. They have been known, to hunt even humans. In the early 1900s, when they were building a railway from Mombasa, which is our second largest city, to Nairobi, there were two lionesses that became man-eaters. They specialized in hunting humans who were building the railway, because the railway went or passed through a very wild area, and they did manage to eat a few people. So they will hunt whatever is available. This is a cat born to kill. Yeah, it's gone behind me and it's out of the frame. So if you allow me, because I can, I will go around and share another sight of her. I don't know what she's up to. But yeah, from this angle you can see both of them. You can see. Yeah, so you can see her. She's over here, and I thought she was going to move towards her sister, who is James. Whenever he's ready, he's gonna show. Yeah, there. That's good that we can show both of them. It's quite a distance. I thought she was going to go there, but it looks like she moved towards that slightly higher ground to see if she can find something. This is going to get interesting because she looks like she really is going for something. Sorry to say, but it will be interesting to see them hunt. I haven't seen a hunt in a while. It will be interesting to follow them and see what they do. Remember to talk to me. Yeah, talk to us. Hashtag Wild Earth. Hashtag CGTN Wild. It's a beautiful light. Look at that. It's a beautiful morning, and she's a beauty, this girl.
We've managed to get an even better view of this herd of elephants that's all spread out through this area behind this watering hole that we are at, with this very red soil. You can see a couple of them are covered with that red soil as they're busy feeding this morning. You can watch how that one wraps its trunk around there, kicks that bush with its toe to try and loosen it up. We'll eat that, and it's ready for the next mouthful. And that particular bush that it's feeding off has quite thick, not thick, but quite sharp thorns as well. Have a look at how it strips that bark and manipulates it with its trunk. And then busy feeding on that. But the one at the back also got quite a long piece of bark in its mouth that it's stripped and then it's eating on. Trying to get that at that cambium layer. It has a little bit more nutrients for them. And you can all around us just listen to them snapping branches, breaking branches as they move along. Chantal, you're asking if elephants sleep. They do indeed sleep. For about 2/3 of the day, they're doing exactly what they're doing in picture, busy eating. And then for the rest, they will sleep. And elephants can lie down flat on their backs and sleep. You might have seen a couple of pictures of that, but they do sleep. And it's often during the heat of the day. That's why now you'll see the sun's out, still relatively cool this morning. But I can imagine around midday they will eventually seek shade and do exactly that, sleep.
Welcome back, guys. I tell you, it got a little bit exciting. They saw two zebras long ways away. It's amazing how far they are. We can't show you because they're quite far away. And she just trotted for a little bit and sat there looking. I was hoping, the zebras were going to change directions and come this way. I still can see them. They're quite far away. But she really got excited. Do you see the zebras? Do you see them? They're somewhere there. Do you see? Oh, there they are. Yes. They saw those two zebras and they really got excited. They stood up. The one female ran a little bit, but the zebras continued on. So she just sat there. Yeah, it's amazing, sometimes to see this. And this is what I was explaining. Sometimes they will save the energy until something really shows up. They don't sometimes waste it by just, going anywhere. They'll conserve it, save it. And what's happening there? Looks like there's a hole there, or there's a burrow, and I don't know what she's going for. Look at that. That one is really looking at the zebra way down. I don't know if they're going to change directions and come this way, and that's what she's hoping for. For sure, it's really hard when they don't have any battle marks, any scars. But according to the sizes, I would give a good 6 years. Yeah, 6 years I would give them. Yeah. They're about 6. Look at that. Look at the color on these girls. This is just amazing, the perfect lighting. Yeah, they are moving now, so I don't know what's the aim. We never know if they're going to find something as they head towards those two zebras, but the zebras haven't stopped. They're still moving, so I doubt if they're going to catch them. Yeah, they've gone quite a bit of a way. Yeah, they're quite a distance away, so it's going to take a little bit of time for these two girls to get to where they are, but you can tell definitely they were very interested. Lions don't need to eat every day. They can go up to around 7 to 10 days without eating. Of course, if something prevails itself, they will accumulate. They will eat every day. Even if it's just nibbling, they will kill and accumulate lots of fat, helping them to go much longer when there is nothing. From where she is, I believe she can see quite a long ways away, and that's where she's looking. Yeah, I don't know what else they see, but you can tell definitely there is something. Let me take my binoculars and look down there. Ben, you asked me if these lions are bigger than Southern African lions. No, they are the same. They are the same size. Depends on availability of food, but lions in Africa are the same. If somebody differs with me, I would say, they can give me a reason, but I've seen some lions in Botswana when I was there, and they are the same size. They are not There's no difference. There is a topi a long ways down there, and the topi is walking towards the lioness, and the lioness is walking towards the topi. So this might get exciting, and I will have to reposition and stop at a place where I can see both of them and wait to see what happens. Of course, there is nothing we can guarantee. Yes, there's nothing else I can do apart from wait and not to excite you anymore. And while we're repositioning, let's learn more about the two differences between the Mara and South Africa.
Africa's unique and stunning ecosystem has been formed over countless eons. The Masai Mara lies in the fertile space between the Great Rift and Western Valleys. Violent tectonic upheaval and volcanic deposits have created a fertile paradise. The soils support nutritious grasslands and savanna, which nourishes an abundance of animals. The highlight of the year is the arrival of the Great Wildebeest Migration. Some 1.5 million of these antelope make their way to the Mara each year. They risk the crocodiles lurking in the river to reach the rich red oat grass on the other side. Djuma in South Africa's Greater Kruger is even more ancient than the Mara. Its sandy soil support a variety of woodland habitats, made famous by one of the most elusive of cats, the leopard. Its thickets and clearings are also home to Africa's smaller creatures. Each plays a valuable role in this magical South African ecosystem. The colors, textures, smells, and sounds of the Mara and Greater Kruger are equally beautiful, but exquisitely unique.
And beyond Phinda, where this young elephant bull has made his way towards the water's edge and is busy feeding on the reeds that you can see. You'll see how he just drops his tongue and his trunk, and the weight of that trunk just pulls those reeds from the ground with absolute ease, and that's what he's busy feeding on. And it just shows you how varied their diet is, from fruits when it's, things are fruiting like the marulas or green monkey oranges. I wonder if you want to go have a little bit of a drink of water. Not that it's the cleanest water around, but there is some just making his way around this watering hole, picking and choosing from these reeds as he goes. But there's still, you might now hear a little bit more of those branches snapping in the background as they all come out of this drainage line. And you saw now, or spoke about now, how areas are good for leopards. We actually, just listening to them earlier, these elephants, we could hear a leopard rasping down in the back of this drainage line. And perfect habitat for a leopard to be in, this very thick area, obviously ambush predators. And these drainage lines offer good feeding and browsing for things like nyala, which we have quite an abundance of here and on Phinda. But these elephants are making their way, or picking and choosing from this buffet of food.
So talking about water, so we decided to come past this particular waterhole to see if there's any signs of those lines, and just notice this bird that we found. If you look at the colors, you'll notice a lot of grey, a bit of white, and some dark streaks under the chin. One just under the neck there. It's a grey heron. And it's just sitting on that stick, probably waiting for some fish to move a little bit closer so it can grab some breakfast. If you do need to clean the lens again, we do apologize because of all the rain. Just one of the little treats that we have now is we have a bit of rain, so it's just bringing out quite a lot of new smells. Makes everything look so much warmer as well. Just look at how slowly this bird moves. I wonder if it spotted something. Or is it just trying to reposition? Okay, let's just look. Because often if they are going to strike, they'll lower their head a bit and then dart with their head into the water and then pull it out. Carla, I'm not too sure how long the wingspan would be, especially of something like a grey heron. If I had to estimate, it would probably be close to or just over a meter. But what I'll do is I'll try and see if I can find out what the wingspan would be and see if we do find another one on our drives and be able to get back to you on that. But I'm not too sure. I'll be my estimate would be around about a meter, just over a meter. But I'll rather go and double check and then get back to you on that. If it hasn't seen something, because it's definitely maneuvered itself around and it looks like the head is slowly going closer towards the water. You'll see the way that neck is tucked in. It's almost like a spring, so as soon as it sees something it will shoot that head forward and then whatever, if it's a little fish, if it's a tadpole, whatever, will grab it and of course just hit it against that branch and then swallow it from there. I've also seen them though, in saying that, I've also seen them feeding off little chicks from other birds as well. So it's not something that's uncommon to see. It's incredible how patient these birds can be, because just imagine any bit of movement, if there's a fish or whatever they might be, they'll immediately pick it up and then swim away. So that bird can't really... Oh, did it catch something? It looks like it caught something. So it's just washing it, and it might just hit it against the side of that stump or that branch that's in the water. Oh, not even. Just sculpt it. So that's our first live kill of the day. I wonder if there's another one.
And we are sitting with one of the most beautiful animals that can possibly be found in the bush. Beautiful, gorgeous, majestic, and probably one of the Masangulo males, sitting in this fairly open area this morning, hoping to see what might wander through this way. He's looking a little bit skinny. He's also got his brother here, which is pretty fantastic. And you are joining us here, Mike, and behind the camera is Odie. You joined us here at Ecotraining's Pridelands Conservancy, and finally Pridelands has produced its namesake, and we're sitting with these two male lions, which are gorgeous. The second one has just moved a little bit further away, as you can see. It's just in a little clump of grass. They're very well camouflaged. Still quite a distant wind this morning. It's cold and windy, but not as cold as it was, and these lions are hungry. They got up a moment ago and you could really see just how skinny they were, still in great condition, but hungry for some action. So hopefully some animals will walk past at some point and we'll get to watch these lions do a little bit of what lions do. So in the meantime, we're going to wait these lions and see what they get up to.
Yeah, welcome back to the plains of the Masai Mara. And from where she was, she hasn't moved much. She's got eyes glued on something, but we can see what. From where she is, there's a very good vantage point. So she's looking way down there. We don't see what she's looking at. Hopefully, we'll be able to see if it gets closer or if she decides to go. Oh, here comes the other sister. Well done, James. Nicely picked up. Look at her. She's very healthy looking, lean. Yeah, hasn't eaten much, but not starving. Together like this, they can bring down a really big animal, up to the size of a young buffalo. They can. This is a part to reckon, being two like this. And I don't think she's seen the sister, but she can smell her. That's what she's smelling. She saw her. Yeah, what's gonna happen? A bit of bonding. I missed you, sis. What happened? Did you see that zebra? Yeah, that always happens every now and then when lions have been separated. When they find each other, they'll rub heads and lie on each other. That usually is bonding. It's more bonding. Yeah, showing some affection. They're really friendly when there's no food, lions, but the moment there is food or there's a kill, they can get quite aggressive towards each other. Daniel, good observation. I didn't look at that. It means now you've given me something to look for. They've gone into the grass. Daniel, I'll make sure I have a look at that scar. Could be, mostly if you see scars, those usually are from buffalo. Those are the ones that give lions a run for their money. And also, it looks like they walk towards the tree there. There's some shade. And lie down. So I'm gonna wait to see if they're gonna continue moving.
Hello everyone. I'm so glad to be back on board with you guys, and I'm sure these impala are equally excited. Look at them, chomping away after the rains have made all their food nice and moist. Just loving it. Of course, I'll be able to tell that from their faces, which just look as if they're loving it. Hi everyone, it's me, Trishal, and I've got BK on camera this morning down in Djuma Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands on the western fringes of the Kruger, and it is a bit nippy. It's about 13 degrees Celsius or 56 degrees Fahrenheit, and there's still the threat of rain, so our rain roof is still on. But I think that most of it has passed, at least for now. And the difference is just beautiful this morning. It rained throughout the day yesterday. I'm not sure exactly how much rain we did get, but little bits of grass are already a little greener. Who knows, maybe even some mushrooms will pop out. I'm not very excited about that at all. Leaves are green and sprouting. The lichen looks brighter. Everybody out in the bush is very happy about the rains. Now, my plan for today is, of course, to find us a leopard. That's always a plan, isn't it? But that has so much to do with being lucky and being able to look at the right place at the right time. That's why it's such a gift. Rob Boy, you'd say impalas are such beautiful animals. They really are. They're so sleek and slender. They look like they would make a great sculpture. They truly are very, very, very pretty antelope and animals, like you said. Perhaps we may find one delicately positioned in a tree, with another beautiful animal around. Either way, I can appreciate an impala on the ground, or those special ones that manage to make it up into trees. I also would love to see some elephants. Today, I've missed the elephants. And I am going to even pop into the hyena den, maybe because it's not as cold and rainy as it has been for the last 2 days. We'll take this opportunity to call out the cubs and have a bit of a play. So that's my plan in a nutshell. Hopefully all goes well. But I think happy impalas is a great start. Look at them chewing away. All right, happy impalas, good vibes, and no rain. I think it's going to be epic.
Fantastic to have Trishala out and about, and good to see impalas. And unlike yesterday when we had lots of rains in South Africa, today luckily is a bit dry. Well, we're just still by the river and enjoying the river. We haven't seen any other guest come here, but from a distance, we're seeing some wildebeest and zebras not very far. I'll give them about slightly bit less than a kilometer away from where we are. And I'm thinking they are heading towards the river. Now, there we got some zebras, and we also got some toppies. But also, we got some wildebeest behind them. So if you look carefully in the midst of the zebras, with some black antelope looking like animals, and those are the wildebeest. And it's a huge number by any standard. Look at that. But of course, more zebras than the wildebeest. So let's all continue holding thumbs, cross fingers that they'll head this way. Yesterday we spent some good amount of time with them, like 3, 4, 5 hours. They came very close to the river, drank water, and they told me, well, David, this is not our day. We'll see you tomorrow. I told them, fine, we'll have a date, and that's why I've come back to this particular spot I love. And I just want to believe they are going to keep their promise. Best thing to do is just to stay put here and wait for them to come over.
Welcome back. I'm really hoping the same, that they can cross the river now or later on. Back to our lioness, and this one is glued on some topi that are quite a distance away, almost, I'd give it maybe 800 meters. We can't see them with our camera, but she's glued onto them. They're lying down in the grass. So there is a lot that's going on in her mind. She's calculating the distance. Which way will they go? Will they come this way? Should she go? Should she wait? So there is a lot that goes on, and this is where you see lions really using a little bit of energy. Unlike what they're called to be lazy, they are not. You can tell, all that concentration is energy, is it's a lot of energy or power being used there. She's looking around desperately. Cameron, you're asking at what age are lions taught to hunt? From a very early age, they play fight, they wrestle, they bite each other, they ambush each other. Those are skills and tactics needed in the future when they're much older. But they start participating properly in hunts at the age of around 2.5. Already at that age, they're big enough to be able to jump onto something if it's something that needs to be brought down, but they're not fully experienced to go for the neck, or the windpipe, the trachea. So they, from around 2 years, they're ready to start training and practicing how to bring down an animal. And they're really good at the age of around 3.5. They're really good already, especially females, in bringing down something or hunting. Yeah, but this female doesn't need anybody right now. She can depend by herself. Her eyesight, her weight, and experience is enough for her to survive alone out here in the open. Of course, she is part of a larger pride, but as I said, sometimes when conditions become tough, lions will split and form smaller groups of 2 to 3, sometimes even they go singularly. That's so that if they kill something, it's enough for themselves. You can tell she's really calculating something and focused in one direction. She's just not looking, for the sake of looking. She's calculating. She's judging. She's thinking, is it worth going right now? If she goes, will she be detected? And then it will be over. So there is a lot going on. I'm sticking around with her. Hopefully something happens.
I really hope something happens, especially for Isaac. We are looking at a beautiful herd of elephants. Now, you'll notice the one right in front of us here. There's a branch that it's moving with its trunk. So what it was doing earlier on, it grabbed hold of the branch, turned its trunk around it, and then used its feet to help break it off. And now just notice how it moved it into its mouth. And what it's trying to do is like the outside bark. It's trying to strip that layer off. And it just already stripped it off and dropped it. That was really quick. So what I want to do is, with this elephant moving a bit closer, we just want to give it some space. Now, there could be something that she's after, or he's after, just off to the right here. So we'll have to just move off and see if we can get another angle. Because the last thing, or the reason why I want to move off, is because we don't really want to influence the behavior. We want them to carry on what they're doing, and we are just the spectators here. I'm just going to move like this, because there's a glimpse of the elephants at the back. Oh, there's even a young baby off to the right that you'll probably see soon. Now notice behind this elephant now, because of the vegetation it's hard to see, but you'll see some movement off to the right. And that's the young baby. So let's say with that one there, do you notice how it's moving its leg? So it's basically grabbing hold of, let's say, branch or grass, whatever it might be. But because when they pull, they start losing grip, is they'll hold onto it and they use their foot and they kick it in order to, or not the trunk, they actually kick whatever they might be holding. So let's say they are holding a patch of grass, then they'll kick the grass and that breaks loose. And then from there on, they'll move it towards their mouth. But in this case, it grabbed hold of what looks like a small tree and then stepped on it to break it apart. Now what it's doing, it's trying to get to that, as we mentioned, the outer bark, or maybe even the roots of that tree. But the trunk has so many different uses. They can use it in order to gulp up water, put it into their mouth, and then drink. They can use it to dig for water. It's a very handy tool that they can use. But see now how it's using that trunk to just maneuver that branch in its mouth to try and strip that bark off. Now, you'll notice the lighter color is where the bark is off, and the darker color is where it still has bark. And look at how quickly that elephant is stripping it off. And look at the little baby just in front of that one. I didn't even see it until now. Daniel, they're not territorial. You'll find sometimes that when family groups move together, they'll form like these massive herds, and eventually when they start moving in, they might break away. The males, when they fight with each other, they don't really fight for a specific territory. They just basically fight with each other for mating rights within a herd. But herds like this, especially the females, aren't territorial. They move wherever there's food and water that is available. Look at how she stripped almost all the bark off that, just grabbing with the trunk, pulling it a bit closer to the part that she hasn't stripped yet, and now munching away. What I enjoy is often with elephants in particular, you find a lot of birds around them. In the road in front of us, just between us and the elephants, there are these two crested francolins. Now, often with elephant dung, if there's old elephant dung around, they'll go and scratch in the dung to try and get to some of the seeds, possibly if there's some insects. And then, just not to jump around too much, but where that elephant was, just left of it, there's another bird that just landed. Now, I'm going to try and see if it's still there. It might have just flown off. It's that fork-tailed drongo. I'm sure most of our viewers would have probably seen it on some of our drives. But what those fork-tailed drongos would do is they basically wait for the elephants to start moving. So as the elephants are moving through the grass, maybe disturbing some of the branches, insects will fly up and they'll go and catch the insects. So that's why they'll follow these elephants. Let's see, they are moving into a bit of cover. There might be another gap in the front here. Maybe we can get another glimpse. Here we go. There's a glimpse of that mum with the young calf. Right here, there's a little window through the guarri trees that we can look through. See how he's just getting closer between Mum's legs. He's probably wanting just to go and have a drink.
Welcome back. Same position for the lioness. She hasn't moved an inch. The only movement has been the head, looking left, right, and front. Ears really focused forwards, meaning a decision is being made. So, I don't know what she's going to decide in the next few minutes. Yeah, you can tell that she's raising her upper body up, so I don't know what she's deciding. This is very exciting, guys. It's she might decide to go for those toppies. They're a little bit a ways away across the road and into the long grass. There are 3 of them. They're lying down. We can't see them from where we are, but she can see them. I can see them with my binoculars, and she has been weighing all options to see if it's really useful to go there and try and make a hunt, or it's a waste of energy. These are the things predators have to do. BQ, what kind of formation do lions make in a hunt? If they are more than one, they usually they form what we call like a flank. They'll form a sort of, I would call it a semicircle, and they would move forwards in a flank, like to cover all options, either the animal going left or right or straight. It will be brought down. That's they'll flank it. I would say they form a sort of a flank. See, she's getting very wary. She's getting very restless, and any moment she might decide to move. Okay. Looks like we might have a movement. This is very exciting, guys. She's deciding. Now she has confirmed. Maybe she wasn't sure what it was in the long grass, but now she has confirmed that they are toppies. And look how focused she is. So I'm gonna sit here and hopefully she's gonna start doing something. Don't you worry, you will see it.
Welcome back, everybody, to Anbion Pinda, where we've spent the morning just watching this herd of elephants slowly emerge from those woodlands behind. One or two of them, like the one you can see at the bottom of your picture, have had a bit of a wallow in this very red mud. Quite a large elephant bull with a very impressive set of tusks as well, also just come down. And I wonder if he too will roll around in the mud or throw a bit of mud on his back. You can hear the one, so as it flicks its tail against the mud, making quite a bit of a racket. But amazing to have them out in the open. We were just saying often it's just a brief view of them crossing the road. And Elizabeth, you saying it's quite a red elephant. It is a very red elephant, the one closest to us. The very iron-rich soil here down in the south of Anbion Pinda that you can see here. And this particular watering hole is surrounded by it. And all of them, even the ones that have had a bit of a dust bath, it was actually quite traumatic just now watching them. They were loosening the soil with their toes, kicking the sand, and then flicking that up onto their backs. You can see they've all got that little bit of a red tint to their backs. Backlit with a little bit of sunlight that we've got as well, made for some very interesting scenes earlier on. But now they've all come out into the open, all taking a bit of a minute to rest. One or two of them still feeding on their ease around the watering hole. Others now right at the back, also starting to throw a bit of sand on themselves. Might see in the distance. Let's see if it does it for us. That one there, it was kicking the ground and then loosening some soil. Have a look there how it kicks the sand. Throws that up on its back. That, Elizabeth, is exactly how these elephants are getting that colour. Almost reminds me of a Plascon ad when that elephant goes berserk throwing mud on the wall and then they just hose the wall down clean. I'm sure these elephants would appreciate a little bit of a sprinkle with the hose pipe there. That elephant bull now, a little bit closer to us, is now throwing a little bit of mud on its back. But all the different shades of grey, this lot couple just behind the big elephant that we commented on now. Have a look at it. Got their trunks entangled, meeting and greeting each other. And I'm really hoping that this elephant bull gets stuck into this patch of mud, lies down, or just, throws that all over himself. And every so often you might see the first spot that they'll try and get wet is the area behind their ears. If we're lucky enough to see behind the ears, you'll see they've got that very intricate network of veins that pumps around 12 litres of blood every minute. So on a really hot day, you'll see them sitting there flapping their ears, trying to get cool and regulate their body temperature. This elephant that in picture has been squelching around in the mud all morning. Actually quite amusing to watch all sorts of sounds that come as it steps through. Massive feet make quite an impact in the mud, which is quite nice. Patches of water that they can collect. And then also on a day like today, a lot of birds, you would imagine, will come and drink from a spot like this, come down, quickly drink, and then disappear again as it starts to heat up. That elephant you can see now just resting its trunk on its tusks that you see every so often. A couple of them now walking further away. Kathy, you're asking if they ever eat the mud. Not that I've seen them do. It's often more just to cake themselves in mud. Like I said, there's a little bit of an exfoliation. There might be little bits that are now on its trunk if it has a bit of a drink that it will inevitably end up consuming as well. But no, they do, or they won't eat mud. Now you can see that network of veins that I was talking about a little bit better there as it flaps its ears. All those little hairs, its tusks too, covered in mud. Usually a couple of the others are a little bit more clean than this particular bull. But he, just in comparison to everyone else around this watering hole, there are a couple of more crossing the road in front of us. There's a particularly large elephant. Jeez, and they just keep coming. Now you'll see where Craig's shying. A lot more elephants coming out from the other side. All different family herds here that you've seen come together and then separate. They all tend to stick together in the winter months when everything dries up, and then when we get our rain towards the end of the year, they'll split up herds of about 15, 20 animals. But now I think we must have seen upwards of about 40, 50 elephants all in the same vicinity. And have a look at this magic view that Craig has now got for us to the left with all of them out in the open. Honestly incredible. We've got one or two from that same herd that have crossed the road now walking in front of us. So if I do start up, it's just to move out of their way because I am on the only path through to the other side up on this dam wall. Amazing how everything just seems to slow down for them when they find a spot like this out in the open. They've obviously all been feeding throughout the morning. Now just resting a bit. You can hear more of those trees breaking off to our right-hand side from that herd that cross now. And that's often all we hear is the sound of branches breaking, maybe a trumpet or a low rumble. But to have them out in the open like this is a treat.
Here you can see exactly how wet all of the trees have gotten. Can you see how dark all their trunks are? Just lovely. This is quite a dead knobthorn, but there is a beautiful leopard orchid in it, which would also have been enjoying the rain, but you can see it's not in bloom. The trees behind it also have really, really dark trunks. There's some tambutis in there. Look at that. We've been so gifted with this rain. The bush, the animals, everybody would be so appreciative of water, because water is life. And in Djuma we'll be entering our wet season now as we approach our warmer months. So let's learn a little more about that down here in South Africa.
In the Western Kruger, the first rains of spring are always a welcome relief. The iconic downpours wash away the layers of dust built up over the dry season. It clears the skies and the air. Vegetation blooms bolder and brighter. The knobthorn is the first tree to bloom in spring, at a time when food is scarce. The bright yellowish flowers scatter throughout the bushveld to remind us that the warmer weather is here. The newly green shoots in the parched bush provide an abundance of sustenance. With the first rains, Djuma becomes a wildlife creche. Spring welcomes wobbly legs, unsure bleats, and ungainly giraffe calves. Migratory birds arrive back and new sounds fill the air. The newly returned Wahlberg eagles circle the dense vegetation in search for the perfect spot to continue their lineage. The rains also recharge water resources vital to life. Predators and prey alike flock to the rejuvenated watering holes. Not only do the first rains mark the turn towards longer days, but also restore the barren woodlands from the harshness of winter.
Welcome back, everybody, and Pinda. We're just watching this and appreciating this herd out in the open, all taking a couple of minutes to rest. I believe one of the guys now who's also out this morning has found 2 lionesses, and I think it's the moms of the ones that we saw last night, further off to our right-hand side, where quite a few of these elephants are heading towards. And elephants will not really tolerate lions being around them, especially if they've got little ones. Very, very protective over their youngsters, elephants. And speaking of youngsters, and you just saw now how elephants are quite happy in the rain. This too is a very happy herd of elephants. That youngster now also just trying his hand at the reeds that everyone else here, the older individuals of this herd are eating. And it's sort of stuck in 2 minds between following and having a bit to eat from the reeds around the water. One just to the left of it, its head down now, stuck in the water. You'll see we've got someone joining us from ahead of us, so I might just have to reverse, give it a little bit of space to pass if it wants to pass here in front of us. Make its life a little bit easier if it does want to. Back bus to our left here now. If that other one does decide to carry on its path, we will again have to move. The rest of them, like I said, have all moved off further to the right where those. So I might just venture off across that side to see if we can't get a view of them and maybe see what would happen if this lot of elephants found those lions.
Welcome back, and I have moved slightly further down, and now I'm looking at her from a different angle. I'm looking towards up. I was to the right of her, and she was looking down this way. I haven't obstructed her view, so she's still in a very good view of everything down there. The toppies, she was looking and hoping that they would make a mistake and walk towards her, have moved on, but now there is a lot of bacon, warthogs. There are so many to my left. We can't show you because it's off our angle, but there's about 12 and some very, very young ones. So she's calculating, you still to go. Of course, she will go when she is ready. She has to weigh all options before deciding to go, but the way she's paying attention tells me that she's desperate for a meal today, and any opportunity prevailing itself, she will utilize it fully. I don't know when she's gonna go. Okay, it looks like it might be soon, but I don't know when. Remember, she might sit like that and then decide to go back and lie down. So she's still deciding. It's a very beautiful here. It's, the wind is sort of picking up. You can see by the, the grass and the little bushes moving. But it's heading toward, from right to left, or to her right, to her left to right. So it's not against her disadvantage. It's moving in the opposite direction. So everything is still perfect. And from where she is, Emily, thank you for your question. I hope you're well. You want to know if there are many cheetahs in the Mara. Yes, there are. But one area of the Mara to another is very different. Where we are is generally good for big cats. That's, lion and leopard. And when those two are in abundance, then the cheetah doesn't stand a choice. Of course, it doesn't mean that you won't see them in the Mara Triangle. You will see them, but not very common. There is a season where we have very many of them, but most of the time, due to competition, they are pushed towards the other side of the Mara, and we do have lots and lots of cheetah in the Mara. So don't you worry. There is a day I saw 16 in one day. I'd moved to a different area and I saw 16. So they are here. It's only, as you can see, the habitat is not conducive to them. It's very bushy, large grass. They need much open area and also less bushes. Over here there is plenty of lions, in every area within this where I am there is lions, and lions are a threat to them. What is she doing? Rest or hunt? Rest or hunt? Rest or hunt? Looking for shade. Okay, let's see. Looks like the sister is there. Looks like she's moving on, she's moving on, she's moving on. Looks like it's hunt. And looks like she's not doing anything, but I tell you, she has already made a decision which way to go, which direction to take, and where is she gonna stop to take another look to where she's going. So already a decision has been made. It looks like a stroll in the park, but it is hunting time for her. See, she stopped there. Make sure she's not cannot come into open and she'll be picked. Okay, move on. Typical. Move very close to the bush, so if there's anything, it doesn't see her. Okay, here she comes into the open. Her sister seems to be doing nothing. She seems to be a little bit lazy. She's not helping at all. Beautiful female, very healthy, and she's not too big or too fat to decide to just rest. She needs to top up from what she had eaten. I hope you're enjoying this. This is live from the Masai Mara. Talk to us. Hashtag CGTN Wild, hashtag Wild Earth. Comments and questions are very welcome. Is it Yvette? You ask, where is the rest of the pride? They're somewhere within the territory, and as I said, maybe you didn't hear me, but I could repeat, is that sometimes they split into smaller groups, sometimes alone, sometimes twos, threes, so that whatever they kill is enough for themselves, but they stick to their territory. Okay, she's gonna come and cross the road. Is she gonna take a drink? There is water there. No, she's just going for the hunt. She's crossing the road. Don't ask me why the lion crossed the road. Yeah, she's making sure that she's following the right path that she chose. She's gonna sit there and watch a little bit. Yes. Another calculation. Make sure she's going in the right direction. Everything has to be in the right place for her to be successful. Remember, although they're, predators, they face a very difficult time bringing down anything. Of every 10 tries, they might get sometimes even 5 or 4. So they are not as successful as other cats. Is the sister coming? Looks like it, a lazy sister. Yeah, she's been sleeping a lot and dragging from behind, but I'm sure when the hunt is almost on, she will come and help. I'll stay here with these girls and see what happens.
Well, I am on the move. I have gone to the hyena den where it's inactive and there's lots of tracks moving away from the den. Again, it comes down to timing. Interestingly, I did see cub tracks. I'm now on Zoe's, heading south on Zoe's Road. And I saw hyena adult tracks with cub tracks. Quite a large hyena. And for me, that says that perhaps Ribbon, wouldn't have been Corky's cub. It's too large for Corky's cub. Perhaps Ribbon's cubs are actually out and about moving with her, and I've suspected that for a while. They would still use the den, but they would be moving with Mum. Going for little walks, for mostly the purpose of observing hunts and things like that. Ruse, you'd like to know which predator I think has the hardest life. That is an interesting one. Of the large, land-based predators, I would say that lions have a pretty tough life. Male lions, a lot of fighting, very little security. The constant threat of being killed just by the mere fact that there may be other males around when you're a youngster. And then by 3 it settles down a little bit, but now you're kicked out of the pride, and now you're going to have to fend for yourself. Maybe you don't have brothers to form a coalition with, or cousins. Which means you'll then have to meet other lions, which could also be confrontational and violent, and you're very likely to lose your life. Well, there's a high possibility of it. And I think they have it really, really tough. And being social and having this need to stay together also means that they have a lot of... The birdies aren't being good to me. It also means that they have a lot of confrontation in an attempt to keep those social bonds and form new ones. So I would say lions have the toughest life, male lions, of all predators out here.
After repositioning, we were able to see another herd of elephants. Now, on our way here, there was an elephant that dropped a branch right in the road. But before we get to the little story that I want to get to that, I just wanted to point out and show you here how many elephants are on the little area in front of us. Now, there's that one that we can look at now. You can just notice the size of the tusk. It's still a youngish elephant. Then there's a younger one just off to the right. You'll barely notice any tusk in that elephant, so it's probably a year and less, or less than a year old. And then off to the right is the mum. Now, just to point out here, so the mom is currently feeding on what is known as a raisin bush. Now, right here, just in that I was able to pick this up as we were driving towards these elephants. Now, this is basically what they're feeding off at the moment, but you can see how they've stripped the bark. So this is what they're actually after, is this little piece of bark here. But see how this elephant probably maneuvered this in its mouth and then used its teeth in order to grind it down to break the bark off. And that's what they're after, because all the nutrients of this tree, you can even see it's quite nice and succulent, is stored in this outer bark here, and that's what they're after. And you'll see now at the moment that big mother, she's the one that's currently feeding on that exact same tree that I just showed you now. Can't really see too much because her head is just, or the tree is in the way of where her head is, but you can just notice right through of it, that little gap. You might just see how she's breaking that raisin bush apart. There's another example we could use. So see where the baby is. You notice there's these brown branches on this tree between us and that elephant. See the lighter color, almost like yellow color? So that's where the mom probably fed off earlier. And eventually, as she stripped it and dropped it, it basically dropped on top of the rest there. But it's just such a special scene. I mean, you have the mother off to the right, the young calf off to the left, and even at that age, probably if I had to estimate the age, maybe around 7 months, how it's using its trunk in order to feed.
Okay guys, it is getting slightly a momentum. Remember, there's still no guarantees. Out of the blue, another female appeared. It has overtaken the lazy sister, and now it has caught up with a really interested, female. Right now, they are moving closer and closer. I'm staying as far as possible and looking at everything unfold. But this is a real hunt in the making. When it's gonna happen, I don't know. I am here. I'm a spectator and hoping it will happen. The wildebeest are not aware at all about these lionesses. They're quite a long ways down. Actually, it's not the wildebeest, it's the warthogs. I don't know if, James, you can see them, the warthogs, or is it too far for us? Yeah, let's continue watching that lioness. You can see she's lifting her head because I think from the angle she's in, if she crouches down, she won't be able to see the warthogs. So she's lifting the head so that she can see the warthogs. The warthogs are to the left slightly. So let's watch and see what's going to happen. I'm looking at the warthogs with my binoculars and they are not aware at all about these lionesses. There are 4 of them. They are down on their knees, very busy grazing on the grass. And the lioness is only about 100 meters. 2 of the warthogs are playing, which is an added advantage to the lioness because she knows for sure they haven't seen her. She's moving closer and closer. Okay, the view from where I am is just very beautiful. I'm looking down and it's all forest, a mixture of different types of trees. Everywhere you see trees in here in the Mara, especially this area, there's always a little stream. Those are eland, a long ways away, close to the trees. Is that a smuggler or a stoller? Sorry, I didn't catch your name. You say that you've never seen a lion hunt. I'm really happy that you are tuning in, you are watching. I hope it happens. This is the real thing. This is how it happens. So hold tight and keep watching. Yes, it's she's very close now. The lioness way down there. She's very close. She's almost. You see the warthogs now to the left. 4 of them. Yeah, they're only. I cannot really judge the distance from where she is, how far. But all I can say that she's really going for it, and you never know until it happens. This is an area I'm not allowed to go off-road, but I'm hoping it happens and we can see it from here. Yeah, let's keep watching. Hope it's gonna happen. Now she's much closer. She's got all the advantage. Now she's in the long grass. You can tell that the females behind here have already decided that she's close enough. She can do it by herself. They don't want to be the ones, spoiling the hunt. So they have stayed behind, and she's very close, guys. Remember, once you see her disappear, it means she's in a distance where they might see her. The warthogs haven't seen her at all. You can tell they're busy playing, they're busy grazing. Let me take my binoculars and have a look. I will tell you more because, yes, she's gone down, which means now she's within a range where if she makes a mistake, the warthogs are going to pick her up. She's down. Okay, she's up. You can tell now she's walking on almost, she's trying to hunch down. Yes, again she's down, calculating, and now she has to choose a target which one to go for. Let's keep watching, guys. Once it gets too close, I'll just have to go quiet, and then we just watch and see what's gonna happen. The bad part is that those guys are actually walking towards her, grazing and walking towards her. These other lionesses, what you will notice, once she pounces, they will actually start running because sometimes the other warthogs make mistake and they come running in different direction. This lioness here has taken a perfect route because that is a little laga. A laga is an eroded waterway, and she's going to follow that all the way down, which is perfect. I was thinking one must use that, and she has just done that. Okay, so she's flanking from the left, which is an added advantage for them to get something. Every now and then you will see that she will raise her head so that she can see how far she is and which direction they're moving. The lioness close to them hasn't moved much. She's just there. The other lioness, I see two lionesses, I don't see the other. There's this one walking here in the laga, and then there is one very close to warthogs. I don't see any other. I was hoping that the other one would flank them from the right. Oh yes, she has. You see her, Gigi? Sorry, over there, James. But don't you worry. Concentrate on that. Yeah, one has flanked way to the right, and one is to the left, and that's why that female very close to the warthogs was actually looking to the right. I was wondering why, but already I can see a female. She's very far to the right. So I think everybody is in position. This one has moved to the left. This is really, really exciting, guys. This is very exciting. I don't know when it's going to happen, but it's happening. This is a hunt in the making. Everything is in position. They are in a line now. There's one in the middle, the one we can see. There is one far to the left, and there's another one to the right. Rick, thank you for your question. You asked if they can chase prey for a long distance. No, they can do a very good short burst of about 100 meters. More than that, then they get exhausted. They are not meant for running, they are meant for sprinting short bursts. Yes, back to the hunt. What is happening? You see the female to the left. She's flanked the left. This was the lazy sister we could see earlier. Okay, there is a female walking from the right. We can't see her, but she's in long grass. I don't know if she's going to be the one to chase while these other ones ambush everything. Yeah, let's wait and see. Getting very, very exciting. I don't know how much longer we have. Yeah, oh my God, she's gone way behind the warthogs. Unbelievable. We can see her on the frame, but she has gone way to the right of the warthogs. She's gonna come right behind the warthogs. This is amazing, guys. It might happen. You cannot see her, but I can see her. She's gone way behind the warthogs, and she's gonna come right behind the warthogs and chase them towards the two lionesses. I've lost her. She's in the long grass. Let's wait and see. Yeah, everybody looks like they're in position. Do I see her? No, I don't see. Oh, yes, I see her. She's moving towards the warthog. She's a long ways to the right. This is amazing. Warthogs are oblivious that, they are being hunted. Sorry, warthogs. The lions have to eat. Well, although it looks very promising, anything can happen, and all will be put to waste. If one warthog sees the one lioness, it might run in a direction where away from the lionesses, and it will be over. So until they get it, I'm not guaranteeing anything, but everything looks like the way it should be. Wow, I hope you're enjoying this. I see the lioness is way behind. The warthogs asked. Yeah, she's the lioness to the left. Yes, it's over here. There she is, you see her? Hunting mode, stalking mode. She's really flanking the left. This is a hunt in the making. And remember, this is live. Yeah. You can watch this, you can live stream this live on YouTube. Also talk to us, hashtag CGTN Wild, hashtag Wild Earth. Yeah, this is happening now and right now here in the Masai Mara. See the warthogs all in their haunches. They do that because they have very short necks. So when they need to get reach of the grass, they fold their legs. Did that warthog see something? No, they actually have no clue. Something spooked them. It's like their sixth sense is telling them all is not well. I believe animals have got that, because sometimes you just see them heading in the opposite direction and you wonder what really happened. It's like the sixth sense is kicking in and telling them you're in danger, go away. Everybody's on the move. Do we see the other lioness? Oh, there she comes. That's the one that was flanking the right. Yeah, she's coming. The lioness from the right. Where the warthogs here, she's coming. The one from the right, and the left one is going. The one in the middle is staying still. So it's all happening, guys. All we can do right now is just wait. The one to the right is actually moving much faster now. You can tell. It means that there's something blocking it, so the warthogs wouldn't be able to see her, and that's why she's moving much faster. You can see now she's almost in line with the other lioness that was moving down. She's gone past the lioness. Yeah, she's moving closer and closer. Oh dear, I don't know. Everything looks all right for the lionesses. It looks like it's a sort of triangle now they have formed, the lionesses, which is better for them, an added advantage. Okay, is it gonna happen? Is that ballistic or ballistic? You say it's so nice to see the technique of the lion. Sure, it is. They do calculate, and a meal is not always easily earned. This is the real lion doing their real thing. And if you ever call lion lazy, just remember this. Remember how long since they started. Focus, determination is all here. Okay, she's moving closer, the one to the right. This now sounds like a football match. Okay, who else is moving in? Just the lioness to the right. James, do we see the lioness to the left? Is she still there? No. Oh, yes, she's still in the same position. She hasn't moved. So actually we can have the two lionesses in the frame, which is perfect. The one to the right and the one to the left. Okay, guys, anytime now. And it might get very confusing when they get chased because we don't know exactly. Oh, the one to the left is moving. Yeah, I think she can calculate that the one to the right is almost ready to go, and she's calculating on which direction the warthogs might move to. Very exciting. Anytime, guys, it might happen. This is a hunt, and a real one, and it's not recorded. It's happening now, here. Anytime now, there might be something happening. Yeah, it's rather sad, but the lions have to survive. Rather sad for the warthogs. The lions have to leave, and this is what they do. Laura, thank you for your beautiful comment. Teamwork at its best. I cannot comment further. This is the real teamwork. Yeah, look at the lazy lioness, the lazy girl. Now she's showing what she can do also. She's moving very close. Yeah, remember there has to be very good cover in front of those lionesses. That grass, I think it's providing very good cover. I don't see the lioness to the right anymore. I don't know if she's still there. Okay, remember, from where we are, we cannot really judge, the distances. It might be still far, so let's wait and see. looks promising, but I've seen, something go really wrong at the last minute. So hold on there. Don't get too excited. Just hold on. Let's cheer when something happens. Yeah, something can go really wrong at the last minute. Okay, looks like the warthogs are heading towards the female to the right, to the left. I don't see the female to the right. And the other one is nowhere to be seen. I'm using my binoculars now to see where they are. Yeah, she's still in the same position. The one to the left is moving. And the one to the right has sort of disappeared. Oh, she's still in the same position. Oh, look at this. They are moving towards the lioness to the left, directly towards her. Oh dear. Okay, they are moving towards her. Yeah, a hunt takes a lot of concentration, takes time. From when we started, this was around, and when I started looking at these females, was around almost 8. It's almost 10. So this is how long sometimes it takes. And you can't tell me that lionesses are lazy. They're really working hard. You see, everything seems to be okay, but every now and then there seems to be something going wrong. Like the warthogs now are going more left and going away from the two females that are. Jikoni, you ask, how do they know which role to play? Of course, it just takes one to initiate the hunt. Then the other one decides, I think if I put the effort in this direction, our success rate might increase. Then the other one decides, I think I better do this, and then our success rate will increase. It's a matter of judging from where they are, if they are going to increase the chances of them bringing it down. Of course, these are small animal. All they need is a good ambush. If it was a bigger animal like a buffalo, they just need to get close. And then over there, usually what is needed is persistence and determination to tire it. Over here, it's technique to really ambush and corner the warthog. Okay, and it looks like the warthogs are walking. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, let's see. Oh, you gonna get it? No. Oh, busted. It got busted and everything went wrong, like I told you. The warthogs live to tell the tale. Yes, that is lions. Yeah, those lions really tried, but something went wrong in the last minute. I cannot tell you what, but I think the positioning from where we are, we thought they were very close, but they're quite a distance away. Well, that was amazing, guys. I hope you really had fun, and now the lions are like, really? We didn't get even one? Yes, you didn't get even one. That's what happens with a hunt, and that was really classic lion, teamwork. Although they failed, I hope you're not sad, but this is what happens. You cannot predict. Yes, you cannot predict what's going to happen. Well, I'm gonna stay here and mourn with the lionesses. I'll catch you in a moment.
Are we? Yep. Good morning, guys. So sorry for only joining you now, but we had to work a bit this morning to see these two beautiful boys. We tracked them for probably around an hour and a half to 2 hours, and they made it difficult for us because, the sun isn't out, so seeing the tracks is a tiny bit more difficult, and they were chasing something. So, the way they're walking now, you can see the tracks quite easily, but when a cheetah is running, chasing after something, those tracks are 7 meters apart, and it's not really a track, it's just a scuff in the ground. You can see they're still aware of what's going on around them. Well, obviously they weren't successful in whatever they wanted to hunt, but with that being the case, we're definitely going to stick with them for a little while longer and see if they don't also want to hunt like those lions that you just watched. But yeah, beautiful, beautiful. These two males are around 8-9 years old, two brothers, and they are by far the two most relaxed male cheetahs that we have on the reserve. It is just ridiculous how relaxed they are. Just before you guys came to us, we had the one male almost sniffing the bumper of the car. Now, for cheetahs, typically you don't really see that because, you know, with them being a little smaller than the big cats, like the lions and the leopards, they need to be a little bit more cautious about what they do and where they do it and all of those things and who they allow close to them. So, with that being the case, they typically have to be a little bit more shy. So having two male cheetahs just like that, walking past the vehicle like not a meter away is just a privilege. So we're going to definitely stick with them for a little while longer and see if they don't want to, you know, pull something down. It is quite windy, so that will play in their favor. The cheetahs use the wind quite a lot to get close to the animals, especially when it's pumping like it is, or like it has been the last 3 days. And so with that being the case, they are moving straight into the wind, and hopefully there will be something that pops up, maybe a springbok, maybe with these two boys. I've even seen them taking down red hartebeest and, you know, young blue wildebeest, those types of things. So it would be epic if we can see that. So we're going to stick with them and see what happens. And obviously, as soon as there's some action or some, you know, something building up to some action, we're going to be back with you guys. But yeah, just an epic morning. Beautiful morning. Very, very cloudy. So we're hoping that it rains this afternoon. We had a couple of drops last night. But yeah, very cool.
We are currently just driving north of the river, so the river's just on our left side, and we are hoping to go see if we can find a leopard with youngsters. Now, we tried for those lions for quite a while, but because of the rain, most of the tracks were probably just washed away, so we couldn't see any, or there wasn't any tracks to follow. Eventually, we just lost them in the block, and we couldn't see anything coming out. So from here on, we're going to be heading down to a specific area to go look out for a leopard with youngsters at the moment. Now, I'm not sure if we've caught these youngsters on camera yet, but we are going to try absolute best to get there and see if there's any signs. So Eric's also out this morning, and he is operating more on the eastern side, so directly behind us on that part of the reserve, and he's also looking out for leopards. So we're going to work together and hopefully be rewarded. But you can see the type of habitat we're driving in now. In comparison to where we found those wild dogs, where it was a bit more open, you'll notice that it is getting a bit denser. And hopefully, having a denser area near the river, possibly quite a few impala tracks around, and some of the smaller antelopes, you never know. I mean, all the right conditions could be in this area, but you can find a leopard pretty much anywhere. But hopefully, because it's a mother with youngsters, they wouldn't have moved too far out of their area. So as we go, tracks are some of the things we're looking out for. We're listening out for possibly alarm calls. So if there's an impala snorting, maybe even any of the animals, like a wildebeest, we would try and look out for maybe even an impala up in a tree, the white at the end of the tail in the patch of grass. Those are just some of the things we're looking out for.
Well, there's a lot to look for, especially in that area, and you'll not be surprised. There's a lot to look for, especially in that area, and I'll not be surprised if Nikki spots a leopard. Now, I have just repositioned a little bit by about half a kilometer from where I was, because the massive numbers I was talking about earlier of the zebras and the wildebeest and the toppies have come a little closer to the river. And what I want to do is to chance and hope from where I have come is where they're going to cross from. I mean, it could be here, it could be where I was, but looking at their behavior, looking at their movement, they're just leading me to exactly where I am. You can see the walk with intent, and if something happens, it will be truly exciting. And you can see they look serious as they walk. Heading to the river, we have a mission, we have to go, we have to cross. Who knows? I've said this a few times, they have taught me to be very patient. That coming towards the river or touching the water, it doesn't mean they'll cross. I'll just hold on.
Yeah, guys, just popped around the corner quickly, and now you're going to get a good example of how relaxed these two boys are. Very easy to distinguish between these two. The one walking in front, the one that we're focusing on right now, he's got a bit more of a pretty face, which, you know, in my opinion, would show that he's probably the more dominant one in the two in the coalition. The one at the back, he's got a face that looks a bit more weathered when he looks at you. Those eyes look a little bit more, I almost want to say, experienced. You know, he's been slapped around a couple of times in his life and so on. You know, you can see he's got a little limp as well. And just the reason for that is just competition between one another at the kill, you know. So they don't typically compete as much, but as soon as there's food that's on offer, they'll definitely be in competition, especially if they catch something like, let's say, a little steenbok. There's not going to be enough meat to fill both of their bellies. So then you're going to have a situation where the more dominant one is definitely going to claim the, well, not the lion's share, but the cheetah's share of that kill. And just because of that, the one walking at the back does have a little scratch or two extra on his face, purely because of them, you know, being together now for the last 9 years and them fighting like brothers will do over getting the best piece of the meat. Not that it would affect him at all as far as hunting or even mating rights is concerned. You know, with them, when they, here and there, you'll find that the more dominant boy gets a little injury, he loses condition, and that's going to cause the other guy to be the stronger one. So the dynamics will shift within the two, within the coalition. So he's going to... So Vince had a really good question. Were these two boys born on Tswalu? And Vince, yes, you're absolutely right. They were. So we've been monitoring their movements for the past 9 years now. From Ben. James, sorry, James, I just misheard your name there. James, very good question. They were born on Tswalu. And so we've been monitoring their movements for the past 9 years. And just... You know, initially they were far out in the west, and they actually, as soon as they became the two dominant boys, or strong enough to have a territory-like thing of their own, they came and they pushed out actually two other males, which was very relaxed as well. So we've been very lucky. We're close to where Motsi Lodge is, which is our main lodge. And so we've been very lucky to have these two male cheetahs for a very long time, not only these two, but the previous two as well, to be able to have that around the lodge and being so relaxed. You know, with these two, you can actually, if you really want to, not that we often do that, it's not a thing that we'd like to do with the cats too often, but like if they're close to the lodge and there's people walking around, they're completely relaxed with you on foot, coming up to as close as 20 meters. Now, you know, obviously that could be also because they're used to the lodge and movement and so on, but I mean, sometimes we track them like this morning and you're on foot and you see them lying 30 meters away and you turn around, get to the vehicle and you come back and they're still lying in the same spot. So yeah, very privileged to have these two boys and before them the other two boys that were so relaxed.
Oh, it's such a beautiful cheetah, and here we got warthog in this beautiful morning clouds. Such a beautiful morning, everyone. My name is Andrew. Behind the camera, it's Theo. And we're just going to be taking time watching this warthog, see what they're doing. Again, looks like a female there with two youngsters. Which it looks like they're just kind of moving out of the hiding area. See how she's going down on her knees in order to reach the ground for feeding. So warthog, they spend a lot of their time standing up, grazing, shuffling the soil with their very strong nostrils they got for them to eat grass roots as well as shrubs. Oops, looks like they just get fried there. I just also heard impala's alarm call only once, but also bring a lot of attention to them because they also get hunted by the same predator that impala could be seen out there, whatever it is, but only heard once. Looks like it's one of their two baby there. Usually, they give birth to around 6 sometimes. Indeed, they have beautiful, especially when they're still too young. They have beautiful whitish whiskers that both sides of their face are now, It's a lot of impalas alarm calling there, but could be one of the male displaying territorial. Don't think it's that serious. But again, they have to make sure what's happening. See a beautiful short tusk of this female. Male, they don't have warts. Female don't have warts, but the male does have warts. Here they go. We'll leave them. Carry on with it. We'll look around. See if we can see some more.
There's a big elephant bull on the side of the river here that we're trying to see if we can catch him on screen before he moves off to the back. But I would like to ask some of our viewers, just judging by the size of this elephant, if you compare it against the trees, he is a massive elephant. Now the quiz is, what is the heaviest elephant that's ever been recorded in a natural area? So not any elephant in captivity, so in a natural area or a reserve or any national park. What is the heaviest elephant that's ever been recorded? And then for a bonus mark, how tall was that elephant? So because of the overcast weather, it does look like the scene is quite dark. But it's also where that elephant is, so it's amongst quite a few big trees. And early on it was moving in the river, it was feeding off, it looked like reeds. And then from there on, probably decided to go and have a look at what's maybe on top of that bank, and decided that the grass there, lush and green. You'll see there's some few strands of green in and amongst the faded yellow colors. Just look at the size of those tusks. Now there's a herd not too far away from here, and I wonder if this elephant has smelt the herd and now slowly starting to trail them. Might be, but that he's just completely off by himself. Because often what they do is the older they get, the more solitary they become, the more you just find them by themselves. Lions ate my mom. That's I think let's do an extra extra quiz question on how would they measure the weight of an elephant. That is one that I won't be like, unless they put that elephant on a crane. It's going to be very hard to measure that, unless of course they're trying to use a formula in order to do that. But let's find out from our viewers, what do they reckon? Just like this whole scene is just so quiet. You can hear some of the brown-headed parents in the back. High beyond, what is that? 8 tons. There's I don't know if there's it might be, but there was an elephant, according to my knowledge, up in Angola that was slightly heavier, or quite a bit heavier than 8 tons. So I'll still wait for some of our viewers to see if we can get that elephant. Ruby, 14 feet, and was it 12,000 pounds? So that's 6 tons, or just over 6 tons. Well, getting very close. Now, according to my knowledge, or what I've read a while ago, I don't know how true this is, and hopefully the viewers will be able to tell me if they can also manage to find it. So the one that I got was the largest elephant that was recorded was in Angola, and apparently this elephant weighed 11 tons and was 3.96 meters, or that's 13 feet tall. So that's what I remember as well. We had a discussion about it the other day. Megan, I heard you got that. Well done. And that's absolutely right. But imagine that, 11 tons. That is incredible. If I look at this elephant bull, just to give you an idea, he must be close to 6.5, maybe 7 tons at the most. Now, imagine just to add another 4 tons on him. That's how big that elephant would have been. For now, this elephant is not going to be heading anywhere pretty soon. You can see he's just found a nice patch of grass. He might just be feeding. An elephant that size will have to eat a lot of food. I won't even be amazed if it's like at least close to 250, maybe even 300 kilograms of food a day just to sustain that body. But for now, let's carry on with our leopard search in this riverbed, and hopefully we'll get rewarded with that mother and the youngsters. Just never know, but you got to risk it for the biscuit.
Elephants, any morning, any afternoon, or any day you see elephants, in the game reserve. It's just a beautiful day. Now, this is exactly what transpires when you come to a crossing. They come so close to the water and suddenly stop and face the other way. Not grazing, not doing anything, not moving, but to me, just debating who goes first. Now, with 3 different species here, it's difficult to know who will cross first. But out of experience, I've noticed the zebras build courage more than the other 2 species. Then followed by the wildebeest, and then maybe topis last. They're about 30, 40 meters from the riverbank. I'm not sure whether they're also celebrating or listening to the rapids just like me, or when they came so close to the water, the rapids might have scared them a little bit. I don't know. But of course, they always know that in that water, danger looms in terms of the reptiles in the river. We also got other people there. You can see their vehicles, just like us, crossing fingers. This animal is coming to cross. Ilaba, let's all remain hopeful that we get a crossing here. And one of these crocodile, I'm trying to think, it may catch itself some late breakfast. And in that position, I can tell you the wildebeest or the zebras can come that close and they are not going to see her because of how they blend in very well. But normally they don't catch them while outside the water. They'll always stay under the water, swim, float, looking who to get, allow them to cross for like 3, 4, 5, 10 minutes, and then all of a sudden just pounce on one. It's another croc there. For all of you who saw the first croc, we saw the small little baby one. I left that area. I was talking to my friend here, Bungay, who is on the camera. And we thought if we are going to see it again tomorrow in the same position, I will request all of you, we give that baby crocodile a name. If it's going to be on the same rock that we have seen her for the last 3 days in a row. Yeah, Cousin the Final Control agrees, and she thinks we should name it. The other day saw a particular herd of elephants that I've been following, and there are 2 cows in that herd that have particular marks that you cannot miss. One got squint tusk, and there's another one that has a half tail, and they're always together, and they look like to be lead females, like the matriarch and the assistant. And one of the viewers, I believe her name was Kathy, we gave that particular herd the name Muzuri, which is a local Swahili word that means perfect, that means good, or it may sometimes also mean beautiful. So be all ready tomorrow. We're going to see that croc again. Let's think of the name for that croc. But I'll give you the local Swahili name for crocodile here is Mamba. I'm sure you all know black mambas, same spelling like mamba, but this is the Swahili Mamba. Not going anywhere, remaining here and waiting to see if these animals will come to the direction I am.
Here we have 2 grey go-away birds at the top of a very pretty flowering knobthorn. I guess they're just enjoying the view. And they're very pretty birds. I like them quite a bit. They're quite large as well. They're about 50 centimeters. Oh, don't go. But I think that they're beautiful, and I love that long crest on them. Look at the way they pick it up. Just stunning. Now, they really like fruit and flowers, buds, and nectar, and things like that. So now that the rain has come, and I'm sure lots of trees will be flowering and fruiting, they will be having the time of their lives. They will occasionally take insects too. You'll find, oh, off it goes. You'll find that many birds out here will take the opportunity to feed wherever they can and whenever they can. So even though they'll be primarily seed eaters, they will take invertebrates too if the opportunity presents itself. The same goes for our predators. So if you think about lions and leopards, you think, okay, they're going to eat impalas, duikers, things like that. But when termites come out and they have their nuptial flight, that's when the reproductive caste of the termites, the alates, come out. You'll find, oh, hello. You'll find that they too will engage in that opportunistic feeding. And you'll find leopards on termite mounds eating alates, which is quite interesting. As for you, herbivore, can't say we've seen you eating termites. This is that really beautiful giraffe bull that we've been seeing around. Really dark boy. Isn't he beautiful? He'll also be having some fun. He's been eating a lot of knobthorn flowers these last few days. And that means a whole lot of pollen gets stuck on his face, and then he goes from knobthorn to knobthorn and actually pollinates them. Everybody loves giraffes. Absolutely. What gorgeous animals. Now he's hidden from us. He's quite relaxed. Let's go a little bit forward and see if we'll be able to get a better view. He often gets lost in this thick bit of the Mowati, but I am hopeful. And if not, I still have to find you guys that leopard.
Welcome back, everybody, to NB Pinda, where we've come back to one of our favourite spots, that very large watering hole, and we found a flock of white-faced whistling ducks. You see one's having a little bit of a stretch there. Back to the right. Wind has picked up a bit more. Yeah, you can see the water behind it. This morning it was as flat as anything, but now the wind's starting to pick up. Clouds are starting to roll in from the south, and it's gotten quite chilly again. We managed to find those lions, but they sadly disappeared into quite a thick area, so we've left them be for the day. But come back to our favourite spot to do a little bit of birding. That greater flamingo is still here. There is further off to the left. It's just disappeared there. It's reappeared. Is a little grebe in the water, down just to the left of where those white-faced whistling ducks were. But also on the banks, again, there's white-breasted cormorants, there's a grey heron, some African spoonbills on the far side, as well as some yellow-billed storks. All of the elephants too have disappeared. It did get quite hot at one stage, so they too now disappeared into quite dense vegetation. You can actually hear quite a few birds getting quite vocal. There's a fork-tailed drongo that you might be able to hear every so often off to our left. The whistling ducks now repositioning. They're being bullied by these white-breasted cormorants as they come up into the hill for an even better view. But the most amazing markings, these whistling ducks have a closer look at them, that very white face, and there's black streaks across their chest with that little bit of rufous just below their faces as well. Actually very pretty little birds, those. And the reason why they've come up that little embankment or island is because of these white-breasted cormorants. We bullied them out of their little spot here. Here they come up, 3 of them seem to be fighting with one another more than anything else, but the ducks are just getting out of their way.
We've managed to get a better view of this gorgeous boy. Isn't he just stunning? Now this is quite interesting. He's actually feeding on a tamboti at the moment. Tamboti have latex in the leaves and can be quite poisonous. But obviously, being a herbivore, he has dealt with these type of poisons and would know exactly how much he can eat before it's going to affect him too badly. So it's definitely not first preference. When he's got his head back like that, it looks like his ossicones are his eyes. When he stretches his mouth upwards. That must be quite tasty. You and I, we would not be eating tamboti. Oh, looks like he's got eyes in the back of his head. And off he goes into the pole of our rain roof. Not really, it just looks that way. Will you come out on the other side? No. He's just positioned himself so that we can't see him. But interesting that he should be eating the tamboti. Such a gorgeous animal. Really nice big bull.
Hello and welcome back. Now I'm far away from my lioness and I'm at the river to give David a break. And here looks like another gathering of crosses. It is a good size herd that might be crossing today. Time unknown. And which crossing? Unknown. It's a matter of them finding a leader. This is a good mixture of topi, zebra, and wildebeest. Remember, when topis go, they don't hesitate. The zebras make it a lot. And I am hoping that it's not going to last too long. Oh, there's a very tiny little one. I hope that one doesn't cross. Oh dear, look at that. Yes, there is 2 of them. Remember, this time of the year, we have topis giving birth. Yes, we have topis giving birth this time of the year all the way to October. And those are very little ones. I'd say maybe only about 3 days old. I don't know if they know what they're getting themselves into, or their mothers know, because they have no chance with this current. The tide is very strong. The river has been up. Of the 4 days, it's at its lowest because that rock across there, the dark one, about 5 days ago, it was high up, but now it's lower. But it doesn't mean that it's an easy crossing. So I am seated here. I am hoping they're gonna cross, but as I said, I don't know when. The same behavior that I've been explaining of what they do still. They still have it. They will, will stand there for a very long time. It looks like they're having a crossing meeting. And then one will decide to come down, 20 will cross, then everybody will go back, and then it will stop. They'll go back to have their meeting. Again, another one will break, go head upstream to the farthest crossing. Then he says it's not safe, come down here. And it will go on and on and on until one decides to go. It's a handful of times that I've been here and they've come down and decided to go across immediately. The main reason, you know, that there is a lot of crocodiles in this river, and most of them are not to be joked with. They are big. They are monster ones. Yes, it looks like everybody's having a meeting, deciding on where to go. Definitely, maybe they had come all the way towards, to touch the water, and then they went back. It's very typical. They have to take these breaks. They stop, and they seem to be discussing. Callum, how often do crocodiles need to eat? Where a fully grown one can eat, it can stay the longest up to a year without eating. But young ones, they need to eat almost every other day. But I'm going to talk about the ones that I know is the big ones. If they eat one good meal, like a whole toppy, which they can finish, they will stay up to 1 year without eating. So they can stay for a very long time without eating. Definitely those toppies looks like they want to cross, and there's nothing I can tell them because this is nature's at its best. We cannot intervene, we cannot interfere, we just let it do what it wants to do. Yeah, looks like they're looking at the crossing further up, but I don't know which one they're gonna take. It's a matter of them coming down, and then they're gonna cross. Where they are is still the Mara, and where we are is still the Mara. So nobody tell you that they're crossing from Kenya to Tanzania. They're just in Kenya.
He's given us a great view again, but I am hoping for something special. You see, he is amongst the tallest land mammal on Earth, and the heaviest is coming through on my right, but hasn't peeked through just yet. And I would love if we could get them both in one shot. Wouldn't that just be awesome? It looks like two elephant bulls, but they're so obstructed at the moment by the bushes. As soon as I'm able to show them to you, I will. Oh, the giraffe's already spotted them. They have emerged. Hello, you. Isn't that just great? Now we see where this elephant will be tolerant of the giraffe. Sometimes elephants can be quite moody, even to an animal that will be of no threat to it at all. It's just walking through this red spike thorn thicket here, going down into the Mawati. I've seen elephants chasing steenbok, birds, whatever for that moment decides to bother them. Oh, side eye for the elephant. Don't look at me, buddy. I can't help you. I can just see the elephant emerging from behind this bush. It's stopped. There's now a stare-off happening. The elephant's turned around. Yes, you hold your ground. You are the tallest. Yes, you are. Ah, the elephants come out on the other side. Oh! Bit of a scratch. That looks a little bit fresh. You can see it quite red. Yeah. Was that nice? Oh! I guess it certainly was. I got a nod from him. Oh, could we get it, BK? Are we going to get them both in one shot? Oh, stunning. And now they're going to walk by each other as if they don't see each other. And off Mr. Giraffe goes. Wasn't that great? I think if I reverse just... Oh, you could... Never mind. Look at that. Oh, great. It's so awesome. You do not see the body of the elephant, but just see the trunk extend up in that way. Oh, they're having a how tall can I be contest. You're hearing a black back, puff back in the background. Click do, click do, click do.
And then more through Voyager.
Just turn my game drive radio down. Well, the elephant has moved on. I'm going to reverse just a little bit because I think we might get to see the giraffe and the elephant again. Definitely see Mr. Giraffe again. As for the elephant, he seems to have walked off.
Okay, welcome back. No movement at all. When I say movement, I mean like towards the river. But definitely there is movement in between the herds. Yeah, this is the two main participants of the annual migration. This time of the year, we experience a good 3 million animals migrating from Tanzania to Kenya. This migration is enabled by the search of food or the following of greener pastures. After long rains in March, April, May, and June, these herds will move up here to utilize the red oat grass that will be in plenty. And while they're here, they will crisscross the river quite many times. And while crossing, this is when the crocodiles get their time of the year to feed. The river, apart from the crocodiles, plays a very big role in making sure that the numbers are kept in check. While here, most of the wildebeest will mate because the red oat grass makes the female come into season, and we normally see lots of mating while they're here. By the time they arrive, in southern Serengeti, a place called Ndutu, and close to Olduvai Gorge, adjacent to the Ngorongoro crater, you will see up to 8,000 baths a day for about 2 months. Almost 400,000 calves are born during this time, and by the time they get up here, they're already about 6 to 8 months old. So that is the migration pattern. That's what they do. Here looks like mainly topi, with young, and that is a big bull wildebeest. This is the white-bearded gnu, an animal that does very well in numbers but not very well in looks. Yes, looks like they've arrived at the river, and as usual, it's a decision. Is it safe to go or not? Looking at the first two toppies to the in front, they look still very pregnant, so they might be dropping their calves in a few days. As you can tell, we have one very new one there, and I'm not sure if it's gonna make it if they do cross. There's nothing I can do but just to watch and experience. There is another one, very tiny one. Yeah, I don't know what. Yes, well, there's nothing you can do. You can feel sorry as a human, but this is nature. I feel the same, and there's nothing I can do. I think this is the sad side of being human and being a guide in the bush, because you see things that you'd think they should not be happening, but you have to learn to avoid that feeling. Yes, it looks like the zebras are inching in. Remember, guys, they can move very close to water and then decide not now and run back up to 800 meters away from the water and stay there for another 1 hour until one decides, okay, I think I've had enough sunburn and I need to go down. It is, talking of sunburn, it is warming up. It is very beautiful weather here, and this is what might force them to come down. Always when you see a movement like that, for me it's very promising. I love it because it is pressure from one to the other, and they might get to the river. The river I'm talking about is the Mara River, the one and only river that is permanent in the Mara Game Reserve. Jonathan, how are you today? Thank you. You asked me a question from yesterday. Surprisingly, it's very hard for me to answer you, and I would say that either it's the one, but the two with the young ones have arrived, or they have given birth, or it's a different one. It's really, really hard to tell because all these animals are very much the same, unless they really had something to identify. It would be much easier, but it is hard for me to tell you if it is or not. But chances are they are not. They could have crossed upstream, downstream, or somewhere else, or when we left, or very early this morning, but it's hard for me to answer you that. Okay, I'm staying here. I'm enjoying the river. I'm getting used to this river now because it's become a norm for me to visit it, and I'm loving it. So don't go anywhere.
Look at this. Somebody is the king of the jungle on top of a termite mound. Look at this. Spectacular. Oh, now we have this awkward moment of, I've gotten up, I need to get down. I have many moments like that, especially with a tree. Oh, look at that. Here comes the struggle. How well will you do in a dismount? Yes, you looked kind of like me. Well done. There's a bit of a break. Let's take a pause. That took a lot out of him. Oh, that was magical. And there's the kind of run jog to go downhill when you can't really control yourself. It's lovely. He's coming out on the other side of the mound now. Amazing. Well, this guy's not too old. You can see his tusks are still quite short, and he's still got to develop the width between the eyes and the tusks, give away their age. And he's also not the largest bull I've seen, but he certainly has been separated from his herd. I'd put him maybe in his mid-20s. Now, speaking of tusks, I'm just going to go around because you'll be able to see him again. I think it's time for a quiz. We had a wonderful quiz with Nikki about elephants. Now I'm going to ask you something in the same vein. Let's talk about records. What is the longest tusk ever recorded? How long was it? Use the hashtag WildEarth and the hashtag CGTNWild and let me know. You can even just have a guess. Let's have a guess. How long do you think the longest tusk ever recorded was from an elephant that is alive? Because we'll talk about a mammoth later. But let me know. So let me see what this guy gets up to, and you ponder that quiz.
Beautiful. Beautiful impalas right here. So this what reminds us of this morning on the northern boundary we were trekking lion tracks. And it's not far from here. So but we didn't have no luck. Some tracks coming in, and there seems to be older, some going back across north seems to be new, and some coming in, some seems to be new also, but it could be that, it's been a long night, cloudy, and they have a lot of chance for them to exercise, do their own hunt. So we stopped now with this beautiful impala. Thought maybe they're going to give a little bit of alarm call or anything that they haven't seen during the night, but it looks like nothing also. They're still enjoying their grazing there. That's all he heard is everybody's grazing at the moment. And there's still a hairy looking coat in this animal since the rain has stopped, but the cold is still taking place on them too. And that's why you see their coat is not normal. Most animals, they do that. Even the cows, even whoever have a hair on their skin. When it's colder, they rise the skin fluffy so that provides warm on their body. But once the cold is gone, heat takes place, then again you see normal skin. And this is what they're trying to prevent themselves against the cold. But I'm sure it's going to be sunny soon again, and they'll be happy about that. Here are all mix of a young male, females. I've seen a dominant male far back there. And those that you see young male are still in this group is because of the last born November last year, so they haven't yet pushed out by the dominant male yet. But next year, next mating season, definitely they will be pushed off already, because the father then he will think, they will be doing something funny in this group. Here comes the big father back there. Beautiful one looking. Look how he controls them. So all he does, sometimes he'll be politely enough to welcome other male where the mating season is a specific month, and run beginning of, first winter of month here. So it's where you hear a lot of advertising, cold growling going on every now and then, so that that could be the dominant impala male in this area. And then that way he will be also trying to push the rest of other males that they're not supposed to be in this group. During the mating time, again, it's a lot of challenge. So there's a lot of bachelor males that are out there, group up. They haven't yet had a chance to come and dominate. And one of them feels strength enough to come and challenge this dominant male, you're more than welcome to do that. So that's where you see the dominant change from time to time during that mating season. We'll leave these guys in peace. Go look for a line.
Yeah, welcome back to the river. Looks like there is movement towards the farthest crossing. When they cross, nobody knows. They're inching in slowly. It's a long ways upstream. Hopefully, if they decide to go, I will reposition and we can have a good view of them going down and out. Yes, so that is the topi, is still ahead. I remember for them. Butterfly, how are you today? Thank you for your question. You ask if crocodiles can see underwater. Of course, it depends on how murky or how dirty the water is. The special thing about crocodiles is that they have a second eyelid that is able to move up and down. It's called a nictitating membrane, and it cleans the eye. So if the water is not as dirty, they will see underwater. If it's clear water, they will see very well. They will see like a fish. They will see like how you see. But of course, because they are found in most murky and dirty water, they are able only to see up to a certain, distance. So I hope you've gotten your answer. They can see really well in clear water, in murky water up to a certain distance, and also their eyes able to be cleaned while they are down there, so they can see clearly while cleaning it. It doesn't get too dirtied, and so it makes them very stealthy hunters underground or underwater. They can move without making a ripple, and they can pounce with amazing force and surprise. Okay, while we are on this, maybe we should learn more about this beautiful antelope called topi that resembles the tsetse found in southern Africa.
9 beautiful species of antelope occur along the fringes of the Greater Kruger. November is the birthing season, and we marvel at wobbly wildebeest calves, fluffy duiker lambs, and the playful antics of the impala lambs. All these antelope are able to walk within half an hour of birth and can run very soon after that. They must quickly be able to escape lions, leopards, wild dogs, hyenas, and all the other predators of the wild. But before a male antelope has the privilege of fatherhood, he must fight. Astonishingly, these battles seldom end in death. The graceful yet powerful antelope of southern Africa are a constant source of fascination.
Antelopes in general will always have wonderful stories to tell. And talking of waterbucks fighting, we got some huge waterbucks there just grazing. The village I come from, we used to play and ask each other as young boys, which antelopes would you not want to play with? Which antelopes would you not want to come close to? And personally, I used to say the waterbucks. Apparently, they're not aggressive. like the buffaloes or the hippos, but they have very huge jumps. And when they would jump and slide and maybe get you by mistake, you'd imagine that horn getting into your body. It could be a very dangerous and painful thing to happen. Look at the rack of the horn of that particular male there. Huge, huge. And I still want to believe it got a few more inches to grow. Still maturing. Still sees a youngster. Good morning, sir. But when I look at all the antelopes we got in Africa and look at the shapes of their horns, apart from the kudus, this one to me are very appealing. And they look quite, like a gentleman sitting down enjoying himself. Not many predators will always love to eat these antelopes. I'll move on, and I want to try and find out the lions Isaac was watching before, or lionesses that are trying to hunt, if they're still in the same place.
I'm hoping to find our elephant walking along here. He is on a mission. He seems to be walking straight towards Treehouse Dam, but he's getting distracted by every good patch of feeding, which I don't blame him for at all. But I'm hoping I can see him poking out. All right, we have some quiz answers. Let's go. I asked you, what is the longest tusk? Ooh, Chris, you say 9 feet long. Okay, not bad, not bad. I mean, it's... Chevy Nyala, you say 2.5 meters or 2.9 meters? Didn't get that one. $2.5 meters, okay. Kirsty, you say 3 meters. 3 meters is certainly the closest so far. Here's our great go-away bird having some fun listening to your quiz answers. Kirsty, you are the closest. Let us drive and talk so that we can get to the dam. Perhaps our elephant will be there when we chat about the answer. The answer is, in fact, 3.5 meters. 3.5 meters, that's the size of a small car. Oh, we found him. Bat, you got it. Well done. 3.5 meters it is. Isn't that just amazing? Now, that record is from quite a while ago, and out of all living elephants, that seems to be it. 3.5 elephants, 3.5 meters. And the largest weight was about 102.5 kgs. Amazing. But this is not the longest tusk to have ever existed, because a mammoth's tusk did come in at about 4 meters, an Asiatic elephant's tusk about 3 meters. But to trump them all, the longest tusk ever found belonged to the mastodon. The mastodon was a prehistoric elephant-like creature that lived in Europe, and their tusks measured at about 4.5 to 5 meters. They're relatives of both mammoths and our elephants. Isn't that crazy? Can you imagine a 5-meter long tusk? Stunning. Also remember this 3.5 meter record that currently is held by the African elephant for the longest tusk. Those are just the elephants we've seen. Lots of elephants that are big tuskers will be out here in the bush, not in open grassland where we can take accurate measurements, or close to accurate measurements. And hopefully there'll be lots of tuskers out here and out in Africa that exceed 3.5 meters that are actually alive and that don't belong to a museum or to some collector, but in fact belong to the animal, which would just be ideal, really. I love seeing an elephant like this from a distance in the great big bush with these patches of green. Just beautiful.
Now, I just spoke of the lionesses Isaac was watching before, and I thought I'll try and catch up with them. And I got the information that they missed the pig they were trying to bring down. And not sure whether this has same intentions now or not. She's quite a distance from where we are. And I'm thinking she's walking with a lot of intent. And I guess this is the same pride Isaac had, which we call the Owinos. 4 girls, 1 youngster, and there's a 1 male that has been tagging along with them called Ololashe. But the way she's walking, she's definitely up to something. And my guess would be another warthog, because I do not see any big prey in this grass that I cannot see from where I am. This is definitely a hunting mission. From her body language, there are 3 of them. There's that 1 female, and the other 2 to the left of your screen behind her. I'm not sure. They're just watching on that Taman mound. And they must be in touch. And if they miss the first peak, let's all hope that they get some breakfast. Otherwise, we need them to eat something to continue the prolification. Just stop there. Not sure exactly what she wants to do. My guess is it could be another warthog they're watching. Now, the number of wildebeest in this particular area has reduced. We had thousands and thousands of the zebras and other antelopes, but they've been slowly moving towards the south, towards the Kenya-Tanzania boundary, towards Serengeti National Park. And when that happens, they either left, I can see something run there. It must be a warthog. Yes. It's a warthog. That's what she had seen, and 2 of them are going to the direction of those warthogs. And if that's the case, chances are they might have smelled the lioness. Maybe not, but I think that's what could have aborted this hunt, maybe for the 2nd time. Now they'll be hunting warthogs. They'll be hunting big game like buffaloes, giraffes, elands, or toppies that will not migrate. Yeah, I would want to believe these 3 girls here are hungry. The way they're looking, because she can tell those warthogs are gone, it'll be like, what is the next plan? It's amazing how they see these pigs in the grass. Holistic, I would say lions will see more than smelling. When we look at these animals or predators when they're hunting, unlike hyenas, you'll always see hyenas popping their heads out in the air and just trying to stretch their nostrils as much as they can, meaning that they got a stronger sense of smell than sight. But to me, I would say lionesses, in general, it's more of sight than smell when they're going for their prey. Look at that one there. You can tell she's just looking. And if smell would be of advantage to them, then the wind is what would really count. Good luck, Owinos, and hopefully you'll get some breakfast. Spend a few more minutes here and find out what direction they take or what plan they're going to make.
Welcome back, and looks like there has been slight change in the decision. by the Topi. They have gone further, but they have been very cautious not to follow the riverbed because there is very tall grass and there could be anything hiding from a leopard, hyena or lion. So they have decided to follow the rocks, just like walk on the rocks and then descend down onto the very open crossing further up. Of course, it's still not guaranteed that they will go down. So it's a waiting game here. We anticipate a crossing, but when it's unknown, nobody knows because these are animals. And the best thing we can do is to be patient, to sit here, and hopefully it happens. Of course, all of these animals are not here to drink. They are here to cross over. Many of them have done it across, and now they're coming back. This is live, guys. This is happening now. So you can talk to us on hashtag CGTN and Wild Earth. You can also watch this or tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend to live stream this on YouTube. This is where we bring you, a live game drive at the comfort of your living room. Looks like the wildebeest are following suit, but they're not very decided. They're not convinced, so they're not moving as fast. Also, it looks like it's a very slow decision making here today, but I promise you time will come when they won't have no choice but to go across. Of course, through experience, they know that this river is infested with crocodiles, and that's why they have to make a wise decision to choose when to go. Little don't they know that no matter what time they go, the danger still lurks, because the country crocodiles never leave the river. They're always here. Oh, there was a little bit of a disagreement up there. I don't know if you saw that. So they'll never leave, and with all the movement, the hoof noise, definitely the crocs know that there is something happening. There is something that's going to happen. So it's a matter of waiting.
Yeah, waiting is key, and it's the same thing I'm doing here, watching these two girls and looking at the female behind. She looks pretty light in color than the one that's moving now. We're not going to call it a white lioness, but her coat is very different from the other two. And the lead female in this particular pride is called Butternut. And she looks quite white, almost white. I mean, we've seen white lionesses in South Africa, and not sure we have any in East Africa. Haven't seen any, but yes, she almost looks very white, quite pale. And if you look or compare both of them in terms of blending in, I would say she blends better than the one on the right. Looking at two different directions for any possibilities of more warthogs. And you notice they're on the top of a termite mound to give them advantage to look around for any movement in the grass. Now, when times are tight, when all the wildebeest are gone, and I was talking about them hunting the warthogs, we have also seen these cats even hunt birds like the guinea fowls for some sort of francolins. They'll just catch anything to keep them going until they get a major prey. A major prey, I'm talking of something like a giraffe or an eland or a buffalo. Luckily, not all the zebras and the wildebeest will always leave the Masai Mara. We got what we call permanent migrants, or rather, they just move within the area and they don't do the long journey back to Serengeti. Beautiful Mara Savannah. Not sure what she is looking in that particular direction. I can't see the third lioness. Maybe it's on the left of these two. Well, Kolo, I think your question is how the lions see like humans. I would say not really. Not sure the cats or the lions will see in colors like we do. Oh, right, sorry. If the lions are scared of humans, oh, absolutely, definitely. Now, for example, Kolo, from where I am about, 300 meters or maybe, 200 meters or so from the car, and I'm inside the vehicle. If I come out, you'll see their body language is going to change straight away. So they don't see us the same as we're in the vehicles, but once I'm out, either they may come towards me or go away, and chances are they may go away. They haven't been used to seeing people out in the cars walking. They have been habituated to seeing us in the vehicles, and that way they are comfortable. Sometimes they come very close to where we are, or we get close to them without invading their space, but it's never the same ball game if you're out on your own on foot. Of course, there are certain animals, chances are they may not even give you a chance, like leopards. So there are other predators like leopards, when they see you, their reactions could be sometimes to come to you. But of course, it will always depend on the individual animal. I'm just wishing these girls are able to get something to catch for themselves this morning as the wind keeps blowing. And you can tell the way they are. If they were resting or if they were full, they'd be just lying down there and enjoying the sun or just having a nap. But the posture they are in now shows they really need something to eat. Well, I'll give them another few minutes and find out if anything may happen.
Welcome back. Looks like there is a gathering heading to the farthest crossing. Of course, they haven't approached, the crossing, or they haven't landed at the launching pad or where they touch the water. So it is still not a guarantee crossing, but definitely there is a lot of movement up there. The interesting part about the herd this morning, or the mix of animals that are wanting to cross, is everybody is present. Of the three big antelopes, they're all here: wildebeest, zebra, and topi. Of course, that is an ass, it's not an antelope, the zebra. Yeah, we have also a good number of the rare spotted Land Cruiser. It comes in different colors, with the Homo sapiens ready to experience and, appreciate this natural phenomena. This is a world-famous crossing. Most documentaries that you see of wildebeest crossing the Mara River have been done here. Just to tell you that there used to be a palm tree that was across the other side, so we used to call it the palm tree crossing. Those were the earlier days. For those ones who were here, it's called the palm tree crossing. Now it's called the main crossing because there isn't any proper identifying marker for this crossing. We used to call it the palm tree crossing. There used to be a palm tree called the Phoenix reclinata that grew, and nobody knows exactly where it had come from. It actually lasted very, very long, and it was there. until one day it got washed downstream. Yeah, looks like there is a lot of movement, a lot of movement. Have they landed in the launch pad? No, but looks like they are approaching. Same story, lots of hippos, and it's a perfect time of the year for the hippos to be out of water. So they are heading down the wildebeest. Nobody has reached, to touch the water. I'm expecting them to do that today. What time? I don't know. The most abundant animal this time of the year here is the wildebeest, and then followed by the zebra, then the topi, the Thompson's gazelle, eland, and even certain predators like hyena and nomadic lions.
All the animals in general will cross that river. Either come drink, cross, or come drink and go the other way. But even the lionesses, like we're watching here, they also cross the river. It always depends on the need that they have. Otherwise, there are so many other places or sources where they could be drinking water. And this has been a lovely morning, with cheetahs, lions, elephants, zebras, wildebeest. And we're all hoping that these three girls here are going to get something for themselves for breakfast. And for those of you who could be joining us now, this is the Owino Pride. Not sure where the other female is because they're always four, but these three have shown every sign of hunting.
We've been having a day of two animals in one. Here we have a steenbok and a slight identity crisis. Actually, not at all. It's just sharing in the pleasures of benefiting from extra eyes and ears in the form of these guinea fowl. There's quite a few of the guinea fowl around too. I think it's quite sweet seeing them feed like this. The guinea fowls are great, or they have the great advantage of being omnivorous. Omnivorous. There we go. There we go. So they'll eat insects and fruit and seeds, really anything they can get their beaks onto. And similarly, steenbok doesn't mind the occasional airlate. So perhaps they are actually together because they're looking for similar things, or because they find similarities between themselves and they don't feel judged. Whatever it is, it's a great kids' book. Steenbok is very, very sweet here. Just love how they all interact together. It's kind of avoidance but acceptance at the same time. And there's always the one stray guinea fowl that goes closer to the steenbok, while the others gather a little further away. Oh, I just imagine them going for the same tuber, and one picks up one side, the other picks up the other side, and their eyes meet. Just like that. But like I said, all jokes aside and kids' storybooks aside, more eyes, more ears means a greater defense. And that's what both of them will be benefiting from. Both are super, super alert animals. Very jumpy. And they're certainly feeling a little more relaxed in each other's company. Amazing. All right, guys. Well, it has been a great safari. I'm so glad that I got to spend it with you all. Yes, and you, Mr. Steenbok. And Mr. Steenbok says thank you for your questions and your comments, and we'll see you this afternoon for Sunset Safari. Bye for now.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Jumbo Jumbo and hello everybody. A very warm welcome to our afternoon drive. We are in the Masai Mara of Kenya with that beautiful scenery of the savannah and some elephants for you. Welcome aboard to your very own safari, live from the African bush.